Hello, everybody. Ooh, this screen carried over the text. That's interesting. I don't know why my normal scene doesn't seem to keep the text on it. I need to check that actually at some point because it keeps resetting the text on me. I think I know why. Hang on. Let me check. Yeah, that's why. Okay. Pretty sure I just fixed it. It's being a bot. No, I'm pretty sure I know exactly why I wasn't working. Anyway, hello, welcome in. I don't think there's anyone else here. Yeah, actually. So I guess this recap is for you ready? Oh, so you only want to go to hear that awesome new track for the intro. Ramming in your eyes, Chief. All right, let's go. Previously on Danganronpa. Please forgive me for breaking the nighttime rule. Right now, for me, donuts are absolutely necessary. That's a weird noise. Huh?
Huh?
What's that sound? Sounds like it's coming from the bathhouse? Amy ain't want to go fix these lizards and bugs? Yeah. So this chapter kicks off into high gear right off the bat.
But
I'm super scared, but is someone there? Someone's having a bit too much fun in the bath.
How about that?
Time like this where the committee chairman needs to get things going with a bang. Taka is incredibly traumatized, folks. Look at him. He can't imagine that the guy he made a promise together with his men was a murderer and is gone. Like, look at that shattered dude. Like that. And here's an interesting clue. There's something on the floor. It looks like a picture. As I stretched out my hand to pick it up, almost as if on its own, my hand froze. Huh? What I saw in that picture was Chihiro, Leon, and Mondo. 3 of the people who are currently dead. And they were smiling? What is this? Questions started racing through my head one after another. Why is it only these 3 people? What are they doing together? How come they're smiling like that? When was it taken? Who took it? Where's the camera they used? How'd they get it developed? And the picture, the windows in the classroom. There's no metal plates covering them. Which must mean whenever this picture was taken, it wasn't here at Hope's Peak? There was no time to find an answer. All the questions out of my head were quickly drowned out by... That's mine! Give it back! Monokuma appeared out of nowhere and snatched the photo, and any chance I had at answers evaporated. You peeked, didn't you? Well, they all had some pretty dazzling smiles, huh?
isn't that?
They were definitely living their school life. It's like a rip from a page right out of the Book of Youth. What's going on in that picture? Do you know? I'm not telling you nothing. Why can't you give me a straight answer? Never mind, I don't even know why I bothered asking. Yeah, that's what I was looking for. Oh, this is... It's a digital camera? This one's got a weird anime style design on it. Kind of beat up, but it looks like it still turns on just fine. Yep, it still works. I'll show the others later. So it happened last night. I was in bed, but I couldn't get to sleep. So I was thinking about everything that's happened up to now and ended up getting more upset. So to try and cheer myself up, I thought I'd go get some donuts.
Huh?
Donuts again?
Honestly.
And you ignored the rule regarding nighttime.
Sorry.
I know, sorry. I feel really bad about that.
Hina.
Anyway, please continue.
But...
Well, so I left my room and headed for the warehouse. Then I started hearing a strange sound. There it is again. Really weird noise, that one.
Well,
It's coming from the direction of the bathhouse. So I headed that way. The locker was halfway open, so I took a look inside. And I saw a human shape surrounded by a pale green light. There's no doubt who it was. It was Chihiro. You mean this locker? Is this the locker? There's something in here. Huh? Inside the locker is a laptop? What's something like that doing here?
hey,
I remember seeing this. Oh, that's right. We saw it in the library before. Listen, isn't this really strange? What's this laptop doing in here?
in other words,
Maybe someone hid it here.
But
If that's the case, we found it pretty easy.
wrong.
Whoever put it here, I think they're trying to hide it from us. Oh, what do you mean?
Hey,
Haven't you noticed? There's one big difference between this room and all the others. There's a difference? There's no surveillance camera.
yes, it's me.
Precisely. There's no camera in here, which means this is the one spot where the mastermind is blind.
Makoto.
Could you let me see it, Makoto? That, Coco moved between me and the computer. She moved the cursor over the alter ego icon. And when she double-clicked it, the screen suddenly went dark. And then a voice spoke to us.
You really came.
I have a reflow station, soldering station, photo etching station, SMD mounting tools, you know, computer building lab. I mean, Monokuma's clearly a robot that has artificial intelligence, so yeah. Also, wait to see this, Axie, and then you'll be like, oh yeah, no, you're gonna stop asking questions. Master, you're here. Chihiro's face appeared, taking up the entire display.
oh,
It's a ghost! Butter and sweet baby Jesus, save me!
Calm down.
Calm down, it's not a ghost.
What?
Huh?
Um,
Then what is it?
anyway,
I'm sure if we just talk to it, we'll find out. Coco began to type, hands blurring across the keyboard. What are you? And then,
Hello, nice to meet you. I'm Chihiro Fujisaki.
I was getting so embarrassed introducing myself. That voice, the tone and everything. It's Chihiro.
I knew it.
Alter ego. I've heard of this kind of AI program, but I've never seen one for myself. AI program?
That's right.
It's how Chihiro earned his title of Ultimate Programmer. The AI lives in a computer. By repeating different tasks, it gains knowledge and grows bit by bit. What's funny is this is a better representation of how to explain a learning-based algorithm than what most people do today. Apparently, Chihiro used the support vector machine reinforcement for learning to develop it. Eventually, he came up with a breakthrough on artificial intelligence design. Support vector machine? Reinforcement learning?
It's true.
To put it simply, it's a learning method for computers. You wanna know more?
That's it.
Just Google it, okay? Coco immediately shot out another question. Why are you here?
That's right.
You asked what Master had planned for me? Well, he wanted me to analyze the massive number of files stored on this laptop. I believe the files are related to the school, but the protection on them is surprisingly strong. It's taking me a little longer than I thought.
Master.
But here's what Master must have been thinking. The fact that the files are protected so tightly means they must contain some important secret. For example, perhaps the secret of this school? I was busy struggling to make a sound. Coco pushed her way forward and asked the next question. How much longer until everything's unlocked?
That's right.
It's gonna be a while.
Leave it to me.
I'm definitely gonna do it, so you can just leave it to me.
I see.
So, because of how long it would take, you designed Alter Ego to handle the workload. Oh, well, you just tell me what you want to say and I'll type it in for you. Do you hate Mondo? Since I couldn't stop him, do you hate me? It was clear he was forcing himself to get the words out. From his mouth, from the bottom of his heart, he forced his weakened voice to make the sounds. Please. Okay. I typed the questions exactly as Tucker had asked them. And then...
So,
Do you hold yourself responsible?
but...
If Master could talk right now, I think this is what he would say. Please live your life for the both of us. It's impossible for me now, but you can still survive and escape. All of you. Hey, Taka. Better say more, but quickly close my mouth.
Hey,
The one asking those questions is Taka, right? Analyzing all available data, that's the only conclusion I can come to. Master told me how close Taka and Mondo had become. So that must be why he feels responsible. The screen suddenly went dark. What appeared next was...
Stop fucking around.
You're not letting yourself get crushed in the weight of that responsibility, are you?
Yo,
A man's only worth as much as a load he can carry. You get it right, bro? Hell, what am I saying? Of course you do! That was a bad glow, right? It's starting to sink in. The way a bucket full of water sinks into a bone-dry sponge. Huh? That kid needs a therapist? Yeah, I think you just kind of got one. Those words, deep within my heart. They're inside of me. Did this motherfucker just go Super Saiyan? Taka? Who the fudge is Taka? Your eyes.
F you.
Hey, don't worry about it. I guess it kind of caused the scene, huh? Shoot, man. And your voice.
Yeah.
I'm a new me. I'm Tony Stuff's fighting spirit now, you dumb butt. Okay, Taka, just calm down.
What?
I am calm, and don't call me Taka. That's not my name anymore. I'm me. I am me. I thought the stairs leading to the third floor. Right away I saw her standing there in the hallway.
Please!
Makoto! Hina, what's wrong? It's awful. Rec room door was open. When I looked inside, I saw... What did you see? I better get the others, right? I better get him. You go on ahead, Makoto. Before I could say anything, she was rushing downstairs. The rec room? What did she see in there? At this point, I was used to acting without thinking. So without thinking, I leapt into the rec room. The first thing I saw when I got in the rec room was... It was Celeste. She was hurt. Makoto. Celeste, what happened? I was stupid. I got attacked. Attacked? By who? I am not sure. Some sort of strange man. Strange man? A suspicious person whose existence is so unusual, I can't help but call him strange. Without a doubt, it was some sort of strange, suspicious individual. And that man attacked me with the hammer on the ground there. What is this? Kind of wooden hammer or something? Pretty strange design. Some writing on the head. Justice Hammer 1? That is the hammer he attacked me with. I barely managed to avoid the blow, but I stumbled and fell. Now I curse my lack of a daily exercise. So you were attacked with this? Justice Hammer 1. When I looked in the rec room, I saw that the suspicious man was not alone. He had with him Hifumi. Hifumi? After he attacked me, he dragged Hifumi away.
Actually,
I was able to photograph the suspicious individual without him realizing it.
Huh?
Seriously? Let's see it. I would tell you not to be shocked, but I fear it would do you no good. With that strange comment in mind, we all looked at the camera. Huh? What? We open the door to the library. Oh, it hurts. It hurts. We found Hifumi, seriously injured. Are you okay? Glad to see you're still alive. Super bad though. Look at all the blood. It's a hammer just like the one Celeste was attacked with in the record, but this one is Justice Hammer 2? On top of that, this one's actually a little bigger than the first one. Whatever else we do, he needs to be treated as soon as possible.
Yeah.
You're right, let's go. Thanks everyone. We moved Hifumi to the nurse's office on the first floor so we could take care of his injuries. How you feeling, Hifumi? Want to take a look at you? I'm okay. I think it's stopped bleeding. Still kind of dizzy though.
So then,
Perhaps you should rest here a while.
I suppose.
Yeah, good idea. After that, he dragged me to the library and whack. Came down with the hammer. Must have been 30 or 40 minutes ago. Around 7:30, in other words. Still would have been in the dining hall. Means he and Sakura and I were together, and Kyoko was still with us. So we all have alibis. I was in the laundry room doing my laundry.
Yes!
His black underwear is as black as the pitch black darkness of the blackest night.
What?
Why do you know that? Isn't it obvious? Because I was peeking. Anyway, that means Byakuya and Toko were together at that time. You know, also have alibis. We stormed in the nurse's office and what greeted us was a world of dripping crimson. Everything was covered in red. And the center of all this red was... Hifumi?
A body has been discovered! After a certain amount of time, which you may use however you like, the class trial will begin.
I leapt through the doorway. When I did, I found another nightmare. Second nightmare of the day was waiting there to greet me. There in a pool of his own blood was Taka, dead. So yeah, 2 murders this time. So we definitely got an interesting investigation ahead of us. You know, both Hifumi and Taka are dead. You know, yay, Hifumi's gonna have to do his annoying voice or deal with his annoying shit anymore. That's a good thing. But like, Taka's also dead. So they're dropping quick. So this is where we left things off last time. We found Taka was dead. And in the room with him is Byakuya, Sakura, and Toko is passed out again because blood. Toko? Don't tell me. Toko too? Relax, she just passed out when she saw the blood. The blood? That's right. And Toko's, Toko, she has a fear of blood, huh? We've tried everything to get her to wake up, but no luck. Just leave her be for now. Like I said, if she's leave her alone for now.
However,
Why is it Justice Hammer 4? Huh? What do you mean? Celeste was attacked with Justice Hammer 1, and that Hifumi was hit with Justice Hammer 2. This time it was Justice Hammer 4. What happened to number 3? Ah.
what?
What's the matter? You just mentioned Justice Hammer 3. You just reminded me.
What?
Out with it. Do you know something? Actually, Taka's not the only one that's been killed. Hifumi's dead too.
What? Hey!
Hifumi's been killed? Yeah,
I see.
which is why you came to get us. Then we'd better go check it out.
Damn.
Of course, come on. In before the Pig 1, Pig 2, Pig 4 trick? Nope, just as having number 3's next to Hifumi. Which we already saw in the shot when Hifumi was dead. So Sakura, Byakuya, and I rushed out of the physics lab. As soon as we're out of the physics lab...
Oh,
Ah. Celeste, aren't you supposed to be waiting in the nurse's office? Something has come up. Yeah, I heard. Hifumi is dead, right?
indeed.
Oh, that is not all. It is gone. Huh? What's gone? It has disappeared. Disappeared? Hifumi's body has disappeared. What?
What did you say?
What are you talking about? It disappeared? Don't be ridiculous.
Come on.
Are you serious?
What?
What the heck is happening here?
Hey!
Everyone, back to the nurse's office. Celeste's grunt. It is weird. I broke to the left of the stairs, nearly losing my balance. I reached the nurse's office completely out of breath. I couldn't believe my eyes. Hifumi's body was there just a few minutes earlier. It just disappeared? Me and Celeste went to the bathroom. We were only gone for like a minute. Then when we got back...
Indeed.
This must be the work of the culprit. They must have come and carried the body away. They must really be enjoying this. Enjoying the sight of us standing around frightened and confused. We're all going to die here. We're going to die just like those guys died.
What did you say?
I don't believe this. I don't believe a body would just disappear.
Why?
First, there were 2 murders. Now one of the bodies has been taken. This is unnatural.
Huh?
Hold on, what do you mean 2 murders?
Hina.
Taka's been killed. We found him in the equipment room.
No way!
It can't be. Taka too? Can't be. It can't be.
No!
Hina.
Hina, calm down. We're all gonna die. All of us. They're gonna kill all of us. Then who might the next target be? Toko? Huh?
What?
I completely forgot. She's still unconscious in the equipment room.
Well,
You left her at the scene of the crime? You didn't have a choice. She passed out. She just refused to wake up.
huh?
So she's still unconscious?
Damn.
Wait, so you knew she was still up there and said nothing? Why? That annoying little insect that clings to me wherever I go. We'd be better off without her.
Bastard!
You bastard. Calm down. You forgot about her, didn't you? You have no right to blame me. Everyone stop fighting. Right now we need to hurry back.
Huh?
I can't take this anymore. I don't want anyone else to die.
Damn.
Byakuya, if something happens to Toko, I'll never forgive you. Who here remembers the rule that Monokuma said in the first trial? Anyone? Before we see what happens here. He said something about the number of things that can happen at once in the very first trial. I remember this when I first played through it. I was like, no. Correct. No one is allowed to kill more than 2 people per murder. 1 murderer. No, they're allowed to have accomplices, but the accomplice doesn't escape. Only the murderer does. So there's no reason for anyone to be anyone's accomplice because you get killed along with everybody else if they escape. So there's no reason to do it. But yeah, 2 kills maximum. So if Hifumi's dead and Taka's dead and they kill Toko, they've broken the rules and Monokuma would just kill them. Because if you break the rules, Monokuma kills you. So... Should have the nurse's officer bolted up the stairs, heading back to the 3rd floor. We ran back to the equipment room at full speed. And when we got there... Toko! Thank God you're okay. Right away I noticed. There's something very different here. Yeah, it's called Taka's Body's Missing. It was gone. Taka's body, which should have been right there, had disappeared. Now, here's a fun fact. Something that I spotted the first time around playing this game, and I hesitate to point this out because it's going to make this entire investigation and class trial a moot point. I remember playing through this one just being like, yes, let me accuse the killer already. Let me accuse the killer already. Let me accuse the killer already. Somebody that we've talked to so far has slipped up and already revealed themselves as the killer. If you caught it as well already, props to you, because you did the same thing I did and started analyzing every single word out of people's mouths and you're playing this game and figured it out. I legitimately mean someone has already said something wrong that's told you who the killer is. This can't be happening. Are we hallucinating all this or something? No, it's not a hallucination. I know I saw it before. What I'm seeing now isn't what I saw before.
Huh?
What? Are you saying Taka disappeared too?
Stop talking.
Stop saying disappeared. It didn't just vanish into thin air. Obviously, whoever did this has hidden the body. Why would they do that? I couldn't possibly begin to imagine. Anyway, our costume suspect is clearly continuing his crime spree.
Huh?
We gotta hurry up and catch him before he kills all of us. He can't.
Not possible.
Oh, I don't think you have to worry about that.
Huh?
Think about it. Who could possibly be responsible for killing and hiding these dead bodies?
Well...
When Hifumi's death cry went up, everyone here was together on the 3rd floor.
It is so.
After that, we split up into 2 groups. And now this time, you all came here as a group from the nurse's office. In other words, the only ones who could have done this are Hiro and Kyoko, who are still missing. Hold on a second. Kyoko has an alibi for when Celeste and Hifumi were attacked. There's no question she was in the dining hall with us. Then does leave one suspect. You seem very adamant about defending her. Perhaps you are in love? That's not it at all.
That's fine.
Well, anyway, yes, I do accept Kyoko's alibi.
Let's see.
Which means the suspicious individual we're looking for can be none other than Hiro. Which further means there'll be no more murders. The regulations are very clear about that. That's right, that's really, it says you can only kill a maximum of 2 people. There it is again.
That's right.
As long as that rule is in place, there will not be a 3rd murder. If they were to break that rule... Mincia had a second thought. Mincia grind you and turn you to paste. By the way, did you know that fish paste can also refer to shellfish like shrimp or crabs? Indeed.
Let's see.
So since 2 people have been killed, there is no possibility of any more.
Perhaps.
You knew that from the beginning, didn't you, Byakuya? Which means you knew Toko was never in danger. I still meant it when I said we were better off without her, though.
In other words.
Anyway, with that in mind, we can now relax and search for the 2 missing bodies. He is an asshole, you're right. Byakuya is a massive asshole. 2 missing bodies. 2 people have been killed, and their bodies have been hidden. Without an alibi, the only could have done it is Hiro. But is he really the killer? What about Kyoko? She's not involved in this case. Where did she go?
What?
Hey, Makoto, what's the matter? Huh? Oh, no, it's nothing. Whatever. We need to find these bodies, or our little narrative here can't move forward.
So then...
Very well, let us split up and begin searching.
But...
But... There is no need to be afraid. No more murders will take place during this case.
I mean...
I know that. I mean, I think I do, but...
Hina.
If you're still nervous, I'll come with you.
Huh?
Okay. Thank you. No need to thank me. Then let's get moving. Yell out if you find anything. Byakuya left the equipment room followed by the others. I have to try and find the 2 missing bodies. So, something you might have noticed about the blood pool there is there was like tracks coming out of it, but like not like drag marks. I don't think it lets me go back in here. Oh, yeah, it does. So if you were paying attention to the room when Taka died before we left, you'll notice something over here that's next to Toko is missing, and those 2 track marks look like you know, more like wheel tracks, right? So just pointing out some little clues you could be paying attention to. No blood over the computer. Hifumi and Taka got into a heated fight and killed each other. I mean, it's unlikely considering Hifumi was already dead when Taka died, right? I mean, Taka could have killed Hifumi, then it's a question of who killed Taka. This is more the problem. Anyway, let's check the equipment room back here. The door must be locked.
Huh?
Look at 2 dead bodies have disappeared to.
Damn.
We need to search the bodies that disappeared. What happens after that? Nothing to lock up? Alright. Weird that door in the back was locked after Monokuma made sure that, like, all of the bathrooms were unlocked for us when we needed to investigate in locker rooms and everything on the 2nd floor last trial. Well, that's a weird place. Don't need to open it. I mean, someone could hide a body in there, Makoto. Come on, buddy. Makoto.
Come on.
Why are you just standing there? We need to get to the repository. Oh, you mean?
Indeed.
I found them. Hifumi and Taka's bodies had both been hidden in the repository.
Goodbye.
I've already told Hina and Sakura. We'll go on ahead. The bodies are in the repository? It's a weird place to store bodies, right? Alright. In the back of the art room. Which, funnily enough, is where I tried to check to begin with. The buddy's here somewhere? I have to wonder where they could have been hidden. Overhead is the repository. Doorknob turned. Guess it's unlocked. No choice but to go inside. So I opened the door. When I entered, I saw. I gently opened the door. Yeah, I know exactly. 2 bodies had disappeared were right there. So blood made me gag. I saw before my eyes unquestionable, unavoidable, unwavering reality. Then I heard the announcement for a second time.
A body has been discovered!
Keep this in mind, it's relevant information.
After a certain amount of time, which you may use however you like, the class trial will begin.
And so here we are!
It's the Monokuma file!
Without further ado, let me give you all the next Monokuma file! I was gonna hand it out when you found the bodies the first time, but I thought something might happen.
What?
It was really hard to resist, but turns out I was right.
Stop talking.
Just hand it over already.
Punishment is waiting for you.
Now make sure to investigate with all your mental mind. Prepare for the class trial.
See ya later!
Okay, see you later. Bye, Monokuma. Well then, now we found the bodies. All that's left is to uncover the culprit.
What the heck?
Hold on. How can you be so calm? I mean, they're dead, you know.
That's terrible.
Dead. Gone forever. They're never coming back. Oh, this is all just too awful. Hina suddenly burst into tears. He clutched at Hifumi's lifeless body.
Who would do this? Why? Why?
Large wet tears fell from her eyes. The tears landed on Hifumi's cheeks. This was some world of make-believe that might have been when Hifumi opened his eyes. This wasn't a movie. This wasn't.
He's alive again? Where am I? Cold. So cold. Is winter coming?
Hifumi! Wake up!
Huh? That's right. I remember now. Hope's Peak.
Come on, you gotta wake up!
I remember everything. Before I met you all. I met you all.
His memories are all blending together. He has nothing useful to offer us.
The light. It's reaching out to me. Like the tail of a comet.
Hey, Hifumi! Who was it? Who attacked you? Who tried to kill you?
Who killed me? That's right. I remember their name. Yasu. Hiro.
His eyes closed. And they never opened again. Death for the second time. Absolute, undeniable death. No matter how many more of Hina's tears splashed his face, there was no second miracle. Reality set in again. This isn't some stereotypical fantasy world. Tears can't restore a person's vitality.
Honestly.
You have no tears, do you? No blood in your veins? No calcium in your bones? At least you have the meat.
Stop talking.
You're just angry. Going out of his way to return, just to leave us with those unnecessary dying words. Now this game has become exceedingly boring. He said Yasuhiro, right?
Then perhaps...
Yasuhiro Higakure. That is the only person he could have been referring to.
So in other words...
And with that, the case is solved. Assaulting people and even killing Taka and Hifumi? And then going so far as to hide their bodies? A criminal that hides his face behind a mask and uses a bunch of giant wooden hammers. Is that what Hiro is?
What is this?
That's true. I can't forgive him. No way I can ever forgive him. He killed two of our friends?
That's fine.
Anyway, it's about time we track down the culprit in our little life or death game here. Although, this time, it's not that life or death. The trial concluded without much trouble.
Indeed.
Yes, it does look that way. It's going to begin again. You have to go through this one more time. I have to accept it. I have no choice but to go through this. Make it sure everyone survives. I just have to do it. Investigation time. First, I better check the Monokuma file. The victims were Hifumi Yamada and Kiyotaka Ishimaru. Cause of death for each was a blow to the head. It is thought they were both killed with a similar weapon. That's it?
Very strange.
Yeah, it's pretty strange. We got a lot less information this time than before. That is no problem. After all, the events of this case unfolded before our very eyes. We should know more about what happened to the Monokuma file could anyway. Maybe.
Well,
There's something else that's bothering me. Someone else has been missing for quite a while. Are you talking about Kyoko?
perhaps.
Without a doubt, she has an alibi for when Celeste and Hifumi were attacked. But what if the killer wasn't acting alone? What if they had an accomplice? An accomplice? An accomplice? What are you doing here?
Monokuma appears!
Don't be rude, I'm here to answer your question. What question?
Yep.
You're talking about accomplices, right? I'm pretty sure I explained it before, didn't I? During the first class trial.
Speaking of which, I'd like to ask the bear, if there is an accomplice, do they also become blackened?
So you ask, and so I shall answer. Each murder is allowed to have an accomplice, but only the one who does the killing will get to graduate.
So in other words, two people can work together, but one of them has no chance of profiting from it.
Then there's no way anyone would work together, right?
In other words,
So basically, you can be an accomplice if you want, but there's no gratification in it.
So then,
So you saying nobody worked together this time either?
hey,
Sorry, can't answer that. It would obstruct the free exchange of information between you guys. I just want to make sure you don't forget, no matter how much you might assist in a murder. Only one blackened can graduate. An accomplice gets nothing.
So in other words,
And we only need to figure out who the one blackened is and get the killing right, just like normal.
well,
Okay, let me take this opportunity to clarify the whole shebang. In this class trial, what you need to determine is
extreme!
the one true blackened who devised the murder plot and put it into action. The true blackened? So just one person.
Well now,
That's enough for explainifying. Now it's down to the final battle between all of you and the blackened. Good luck to all the contestants. I love the word explainifying. So maybe one blackened, an accomplice wouldn't benefit. I can't see any way Kyoko would be connected to this case after all. You may be right. If that's true then. Kyoko, where are you?
however,
As long as she's not connected to the case, it doesn't matter. Let's get back to the investigation.
Indeed.
I have absolutely no doubt that Hero was responsible. But for the time being, I suppose it can't hurt to pursue further information.
So,
You know, don't you think we should consider a certain someone a suspect just in case? Talking about the murderous fiend, Genocide Jack.
what?
There she is. What? I'm offended. You. When did you? I've been looking all over for you, Master. When I woke up, you were nowhere to be found.
You SOB!
Anyway, you there, Milk Sack Swimmer Girl.
Huh?
Milk Sack?
You've gotta be kidding!
How do I gotta be a suspect?
What the heck?
Well, I mean, you are a serial killer.
What?
So what? I'm like a special guest suspect every time? I have an alibi, you know. He's right about that. When we heard Hifumi scream, she was with me. When the bloodies disappeared, she was still lying unconscious in the equipment room. Plus, Taka's body aside, I can't imagine any way she would have been able to move Hifumi's body.
Yep.
Besides, I calculate every move I make. I'm not gonna kill someone, everyone knows what I look like. I'm calling the murderous fiend for nothing.
What are you saying?
Not the kind of thing you should be bragging about.
Let's see.
On another topic, should we post a guard by the bodies like before? Can't have them disappearing again.
so then,
Hina and I can handle that. You don't mind, do you, Hina? Sure, I'd be totally useless in the investigation anyway.
it's all clear now.
And that's that. Let's begin. This whole thing is so strange. Only one of us has an alibi, so figuring out who did it should be obvious, right? But maybe it's just me. But I think it's going to be as straightforward as it seems. It's almost like you've done this twice before, Makoto. Our hammers of all sizes hanging on the wall. They're sort of more like mallets. Mallets? Did Justice Hammer been decided using these as a model? Are you not noticing literally 4 of them are missing, Makoto? Come on, buddy. Either way, all the hammers here have obviously seen a lot of use. They're covered in debris and chalky stone powder. Wait. For some reason, this one hammer isn't dirty at all. And it's wet. Someone wash it recently? Hi, Rao. How you doing? Doing okay. Taka. I'll never move again. But in the one in Kuma file, Taka died from a blow to the head. And Justice Hammer before his body in the code room. Is that what you used to kill him? There's a tarp light out under his body. Killer uses to move Taka's body? That way there wouldn't be any blood left behind while the body was moved. Blue tarp is added to the truthful section of your handbook. Dolly doesn't have a handle. So that's the iron before, I guess it's used to move statues around. It's kind of awkward if you bend down, it's not too hard to use. Oh, but wait. Wasn't this in the equipment room when we found Taka's body? Look at the wheel. There's a blood stain on it. Yeah, like I said, the Dolly was right next to Toko in the equipment room. It was hard to miss. On the wheel of Dolly was moved from the equipment room to the repository. What's the explanation for that? I mean, there's the 2 wheel tracks and the blood stain where Taka was. You know, we could start with that one. His big cold body is laying on the floor. His really big body. I mean, how on earth was the killer able to move someone so big? The nurse's office where it was discovered to here, the repository. All the way from the 1st floor to the 3rd, and all without anyone noticing it? How the hell? It's no good. I just don't get it. Think about it later. For now, I have to finish investigating Hifumi himself. If I remember correctly, Hifumi's fatal injury was also a blow to the head. Probably from Justice Hammer 3, which is laying on the floor in the nurse's office. Oh wait. Something's off about his body. Why am I getting this feeling? Things different. Something about Hifumi's body in the nurse's office versus his body right now. That's it, his glasses. His body was in the nurse's office, his glasses were covered in blood. Now they're completely clean? I mean, someone wiped his glasses off? Who would do that? And why? There are many aspects to the incident this time. Too many, to be honest. Considering that, it may be good to look back on everything that's happened.
So then...
Would you like my help? Yeah, let's look back on things. This morning, only 4 of us met up at the dining hall. Hina, Kyoko, you, and myself. We waited for the others, but nobody showed up, so we decided to go look for them. It was around 8 o'clock when we began our search. Soon after we split up, Kyoko disappeared. After that, Hina found Celeste in the rec room, on the 3rd floor, and then quickly came and got you and me. According to Celeste, she was attacked by a suspicious individual and unconscious for about an hour. In other words, she was attacked an hour before we found her. Meaning just after 7. Based on the picture Celeste took... Based on the picture Celeste took, we discovered her attacker was dressed in a very strange costume. It was Robo Justice. There we go. For my tweet, there's Robo Justice for anyone who missed it. That's who Robo Justice is, the robot. It also became clear that this Robo Justice had dragged Hifumi away. After meeting with Toko and Akio, we began searching for the costumed assailant. We found injured Hifumi in the library on the 2nd floor. Took him down to the nurse's office on the 1st floor, then resumed our search. But not long after leaving the nurse's office. What's wrong? I saw a shadow. Something moving around at the top of the stairs. Based on Celeste's claim, we went back to the 2nd floor where we split up and began searching. And right after that, Celeste screamed. This time she'd apparently seen a suspect on the 3rd floor. Hearing her screams, we quickly made our way to the 3rd floor. Celeste, what's wrong? That was a rather intense scream for someone like you. I saw him. A strange costumed man. He ran off as soon as I screamed. I was blocking the stairs, so he headed further down into the hallway and disappeared. And then... Huh? What was that? That came from downstairs. It must have been... Hifumi, he's in the nurse's office. This is bad. Come on, we have to go back. At that point, we decided to split into 2 groups. Celeste, Hina, and I went back to the nurse's office. Meanwhile, Yu, Byakuya, and Toko pursued the suspect up on the 3rd floor. When we got back to the nurse's office, we found Hifumi's corpse. Which is also when we heard the body discovery announcement play. I left Celeste and Hina alone, headed back to the 3rd floor to tell the others what had happened.
However,
But at the same time, we had discovered Taka's body in the equipment room. Which means Hifumi and Taka's bodies were discovered right around the same time. Because I remember hearing the body discovery announcement play right after finding Taka. That's when I showed up and told Yu and Byakuya that Hifumi had been killed, right? Then Yumi and Byakuya all headed back to the nurse's office, leaving behind Toko, who had fainted. As soon as we left the physics lab, we ran into Celeste, who just arrived to tell us something very unusual. Hifumi's body has disappeared. We hurried back to the nurse's office to discover that his corpse was, in fact, gone. Then we remembered we had abandoned the unconscious Toko and hurried back to the equipment room. This can't be happening. Are we all hallucinating this or something? This time, Taka's body had disappeared. So from there, we began our search for both the missing bodies. After some time, Celeste told us she'd found the bodies, and we all headed to the repository. There we rediscovered the 2 bodies that had recently apparently vanished. That brings us up to now.
however,
Looking back, things certainly have been very active. If I look back at the case again, just let me know. I'm fine anytime. Alright, well, there you go. This is a recap of what happened last time, and
So,
now we know where everything's gone. And a little bit of this one as well, obviously. Hey, Makoto, I've been thinking about something. About the repository. Oh, what is it? After Hifumi and Taki's bodies disappeared, we split up to look around, right? I was really scared, so me and Sakura were stuck together.
but
We came right to the repository to, you know, look around. When we got here, the repository was locked. We couldn't get inside. It was locked? I found the same thing. We came here as soon as the search started, so there's no way someone could have beat us here. So if that's true, then who locked it? Why is it unlocked now? I wonder the same thing. It was locked when the search for the bodies began, but now it's wide open. Maybe some secret lurking in there. We have to leave this area to figure it out. Byakuya, do you think Hiro really did it? I don't see how anyone could think otherwise. When the attacks and murders and disappearances all happened, every one of us had an alibi. And the last thing Hifumi said when he died... Yeah, he said Hiro's name.
So, in other words,
Then there is no room to suspect anyone else. Okay, but if he did do it, why would he hide his identity with that weird costume? Maybe he thought no matter what happened, he'd be safe as long as his face was covered. Because he's the fool of the century, you see. I mean, he is kind of dumb. Really? That's enough to explain it? I feel like there's a clue hiding in this somewhere.
what?
And is that it? That's all that bothers you about the case? Oh no, a few other things. Why did the killer try and hide the bodies? He probably figured that if we couldn't find the bodies, we couldn't complete our investigation. If that's the case, we found the bodies pretty easily, didn't we? again, it comes back to the fact the culprit was a moron. Is that really all there is to it? The only thing that bothers me is, why they bother killing 2 people?
What?
So the rule says is, if you can kill someone and get away with it, you graduate, right? So if you're the killer, your number 1 priority is not getting caught. Killing 2 people means more clues, more chances you'll get find out.
I see.
Hold on. Perhaps. I see. So that's what it means. Is everything okay?
That's enough.
Don't talk to me as if we're friends. Huh? What's with that attitude? But you have my appreciation.
Goodbye.
Thanks to you, I might have some fun with this after all. Mysterious words hung in the air as we left the repository. Looked as if he figured something out. If he did, would he kill him to tell me what it was? Sorry, Makoto, that was enough information to work it out. I only want 8 out of this room. I thought Hina said was locked before. Must have been discovered and had to murderate? That is a very good theory, Raoul. Like, what? Okay, you kill the first person, someone discovers you in the act, and you kill them, right? That's using the old brain. Definitely a lock on the door. We're going to be locked from inside the repository. I don't see any way to lock it from in the art room. Door can be locked from the inside the repository, which makes me wonder. Hina and Sakura confirmed the door was locked after we started looking for the missing bodies. The door is designed to be locked from inside. In other words, when Hina checked it, someone had already gone into the repository and locked the door. When they were done, they unlocked it and left, which is why it's unlocked now. But Hina claims there's no way someone could have beaten into the repository. So that certain someone... gotta be a clue around here somewhere. I should check somewhere else. Place I already know about. First the nurse's office where Hifumi was found, and the equipment room where Taka was found. Alright. So we're getting clues, we're putting stuff together. Here's why Big Boy has clean glasses, proving a fake death, not super knowledgeable on that. I mean, why clean your glasses so you can move to another room, but why? Well, I won't say if anyone's right or wrong with anything they're saying in the chat, because I've played this game before. This is mostly for me to show it off to everyone. The poll on Twitter and people are like, yeah, we'd love to see it. So I'm here to let you guys speculate, come up with what you want. Anyone that does know, and I do know there's a couple people that have popped in the chat, I'm fairly sure my name is Celestia Ludenberg, has definitely played the game before. I know Dude's seen how this game goes before, he was in the chat before, but more than welcome to speculate, Raoul, and come up with solutions. But that is a good reason to have clean glasses, right? Like, if you needed to like move to a different room and you wore glasses, them being covered in blood would make it really hard for you to move around. So you might clean your own glasses. Ain't saying shit, I didn't do shit. It's true, dude. Also, hi Catlock, thank you for the cat ears. I was sleeping right here when the killer carried the body away.
What?
I'm super pissed I missed such an ultimately rare event. Okay, sorry. I'll tell you, we were just filming funerals and the bodies just fell out. Harry is such handsome for sure. Damn. Alright. Thanks, Ray. What kind of time about going through the pool of blood in the middle of the room? Reminds me of the dolly in the repository. There's blood on its tile. That blood have come from... Yo? I mean, Taka's body was moved from the curtain into the repository using the dolly. Both rooms are on the 3rd floor, so that should definitely have been possible. And if the dolly was used to move Taka's body, what about Hifumi? Hifumi's body was in the nurse's office on the 1st floor. Even with the dolly, there's no way to get it up to the 3rd floor. It's still a total mystery. Seems we didn't get a good chance to look at it before. Here's Justice Hammer 4. The weapon was used to kill Taka. The body was moved with the burner weapon just left here. Also, how are you doing? I didn't ask for Raoul, but how are you doing, Raoul? And how are you doing, Catlock? Hopefully you're both having a lovely morning for Raoul. No, not morning. Afternoon for you. And evening for Catlock / very early morning. All right. We got a few more clues. Still always more to discover. Curious on this game now? Well, I have the VODs of the first 4 parts of the streams that I've done for this so far up on my YouTube channel now. And also I've been doing a previously on recap at the start of each episode. So if you do put back for another stream and you do miss like the ending part of any of these streams and stuff like that, I'm recapping the major story moments from the previous stream at the start of each stream. I'm actually editing together a video from the VOD and everything. It's been really fun. Good little fun editing exercise for something I haven't done in a while. Yeah, these games are great. There's 4 of them. I'm gonna do all 4 in the series. It's gonna take a while because it's still the first one, but we'll get to number 2 and number V3 eventually. Yes, I have to say V3 to explain why, in case people like going, why is everybody saying V3 for the third one? There is a Danganronpa 3. It's an anime. It tells a completely different story to what the game V3 tells. So they are actually completely separate stories. Yes, it's dumb. Yes, I don't like it. But there is a Danganronpa 3, which is an anime, and Danganronpa V3, which is a different story, which is the game. Ultra Despair Girls is literally just called Danganronpa, another story, Ultra Despair Girls, and that's technically the 3rd game in the series. V3 is the 4th game in the series, and the anime is a completely different story from all 4 games. Just to make the series even more confusing. Yeah. First game's Trigger Happy Havoc, second one is Goodbye Despair, and the 3rd one is V3, I mean, sorry, is I can't think of it. Killing Harmony, I believe is the title of V3, off the top of my head. What are you investigating, Celeste? I'm not investigating anything, precisely speaking. I'm simply going around seeing if Hero might be hiding somewhere. What about you? You know, checking this and that. Main thing on my mind is how someone could have moved Hifumi's body.
Let's see.
How Hifumi was moved, eh? When it disappeared, you were supposed to be in the nurse's office, right?
Yes, indeed.
Correct. Hina was not feeling well, so I stayed behind to look after her. She seemed to be getting worse, so I took her to the bathroom. When you got back, the body was gone. It could not have been gone for more than a minute or 2, though. And Hina said the same thing. Then the killer was able to get in, move Hifumi's body in that short an amount of time?
Indeed.
It would seem so. Carrying out someone as big as Hifumi in only a couple of minutes is... I can't think of anything less than impossible. Maybe the big boy did the one murder but then got murdered himself? Maybe. Yeah, actually keep up. But look, I know people that know this series very well. They get very confused about 3 and V3. And a lot of them that are like, Ultra Despair Girls doesn't count. And I'm like, okay, 2 things. 1, Ultra Despair Girls, weird game. 2, very good game, and if you don't include it in the series, then I'm sorry, you're just wrong. Oh, yeah. Actually, I have the same problem. I'm always thinking about Hellshake Yano. That's number 3, the one was used to kill Hifumi. Someone moved the body but left the weapon behind. Solid argument to be made that V3 doesn't count. We'll have that discussion at some point. A lot of people... Yeah. Anyway, let's not get into that. Let's do 3 more games together first. All right. I thought he was just doing the same conversations before, but he just said the fridge, after everything he's done, he's really parched. He needs to look for a drink, I believe is what he said. That's not it. What's the button for the lock? There we go. The only thing I need to drink inside after everything I've been through, I'm totally parched. Maybe just a quick peek. There's a bunch of blood packets in here. Blood transfusions, I guess. Doesn't help me though. I'm not a vampire. I know, buddy. I think that is helpful. I am a vampire and what? That's it? Not like I'm a vampire and here's $1 million. It's a normal trash can. Oh wait, there's something inside. Too small to be a handkerchief. It's a glasses cleaning cloth? It's got some kind of cartoon character on it. It's also covered in blood.
Oh,
Ah, did you find something? There's a cleaning cloth in the trash can.
Huh?
Cleaning cloth? It's all bloody. This won't of us use it to wipe up some blood. We need to do something like that. I haven't the slightest idea. Yeah, me either, but I think it might be important. Gee, I wonder if a glasses cleaning cloth covered in blood might have been used to clean a pair of glasses that was covered in blood. The fucking hamster had bloody glasses? I mean, entirely possible. What was the other? You feel smart? I don't know if you joined after the key moment row, but I did point out very early on into this investigation for this episode, one of the characters actually slipped up right at the start and said something that gave away who the killer is, like before you even start doing the like actual serious investigation. And I remember the first time I played through this game, I caught it and I was like, oh, okay, now I just need to wait for the game let me to actually accuse who the real killer is. Because once you know, like, if you caught it, you're like, oh wow, it's like immediately obvious who it is without even doing all this investigation. And the only reason I was paying so much attention to what everyone said, and I pointed this out in the last class trial, is somebody actually got faked out into admitting they were the killer by by Kyoko, one of the other characters, basically being like, let's talk about this piece of information. And they talked about it, and then someone volunteered additional information about it that they shouldn't have known, which was, it was about a tracksuit, which no one had said what the color of the tracksuit was. And they're like, yeah, so I saw their blue tracksuit, and it's like, hold up a second, we never said it was blue. And they're like, ah, fuck. Celeste. Did she really attack with this Justice Hammer one? But what the heck is with this thing? I think I remember where one of the other clues I'm supposed to go and find is. I haven't paid attention to this game. No, it's completely fair. It's one of those games I've had a few people pop in that are like semi-regular around the streams and stuff like that. And they're like, I know about this game and it's never been interesting to me. And then they see some of like the mechanics and stuff, the investigations, the class trials, and they're like, oh, now I get it. Because yeah, it is very, very fun and quite an interesting game. So yeah, you can see the locker rooms have been put back in order, the swimsuit models in the boys' locker room and everything after the last model. Pretty sure, if I remember correctly. Dang, this locker sure is big. No. Yeah, you're way too early. I seem to recall that the freaking cards on the table. I'm pretty sure the robot costume's hidden in one of the lockers somewhere around the school. I just can't remember which one. I was like, I checked one in the art room, checked the one in a few other places. Like, oh wait, it was one by the pool that it got stashed in. Anyone in 2A? No. I mean, Hiro and Kyoko have to be hiding somewhere, right? Well, maybe not hiding. Maybe they're like knocked out and tied up somewhere. Because if we'd found all the clues, Monokuma would be like, well, you've got all the clues on board, fast trial time. But he hasn't called that yet, which means there's definitely still something else. Can't remember exactly where, and I'm probably just gonna have to go around the school and check like every room we haven't been in. Maybe we were the last clue all along? God, I hope not. That'd be really confusing. Money's still there. So yeah, every time there's been a murder, Monokuma's given people a motive, and then it's always turned out to be like only loosely linked to the motive. So this time around, like, I didn't include it in the previous one for notice at the start of the stream, because the motive this time is literally just, if you murder someone and get away with it, you get $10 million. That's like, cool. That's like incredibly uninteresting, and I can explain it to you that quickly. So I didn't really need to be in the recap, unlike the like DVDs of people's like families going missing and stuff on it, or the people's secrets being revealed if they didn't murder their deepest, darkest secrets. Right. It's like, is that something new, or is that the same pamphlet as the desk I woke up on at the start? It is. I'm definitely missing something here. Check out some Columbos. This hits different now. You know what? That's fair. Columbo is pretty cool, not gonna lie. You get everything in the nurse levels? I know you missed something in here. Well, it probably shouldn't have let us. It shouldn't have let us leave if we hadn't checked everything. Yeah, check the bin, check the fridge, check the hammer. That's everything. Alright. Work our way up all the floors. Checked everything on the first floor. We checked the classrooms and stuff. Well, then we go into the girls' bathroom. Yeah, I think so. The bathroom cleaning spots and stuff. There's some kind of clue here. Guess not. Yeah, fun one. The last door in the bathrooms is actually like a cleaning storage room. Still weird that the hammer for this room's missing where Hifumi first got attacked. Like, Justice Hammer 2 is completely gone. Like, we can still check 1 in the rec room. We can still check 3 and 4 in the rooms where Hifumi and Taka were found, but we can't check Justice Hammer 2 because it's gone completely. Is this the game with the toilet ramen? I think so. Now I'm wondering if all of them have toilet ramen. On entryway. On 3B. Something I reckon. Again, the game probably shouldn't have let me leave. Like, the game is pretty good. If you go into a room that's got clues in it, it makes you investigate everything that's relevant. Yeah, it's letting me leave, so... Yeah. Those are all still there. Everything's still the same. Okay. There's nothing specifically in the art room. Check dolly, check the hammers, check the bodies. Don't need to check the monitor because it's not useful. Talk to both Hina and Sakura. Is that room all done? Check these lockers before we got the bodies. Yeah. Nothing in there. Check the physics lab again. There's nothing in here. I don't think. Yep. It's the same. Oh, that's I fucking missed, right. Hey look, tops. Huh? This top? I think I've seen this before, just recently too. Yes, there's one on the Taka's body. God. We didn't exceed the top budget. We definitely didn't. The code is exceedingly dense at times. Both the dolly and the tarps. All right. Cool. Now that we've triggered this, I will be right back. We can take a very quick bathroom break. I will catch you all again very shortly. Yeah, I'm totally gone. Totally gone. I'm never coming back. No, I'm back. It's fine. Hey, I'm Panda. Alright. So this is where you were. I've been looking for you. Rose was doing some... Okay. Yeah. Alright, Rel. You have? I wanted to thank you for what you did. Not that you meant to. You end up making this little game of ours very interesting indeed. You should go to Hero's room. Oh, and let me give you this. Meet in the dining hall. It's the North Hero route to get us all to meet up, right? You remember well. Well, the penmanship was pretty remarkable, so it left an impression.
It's all clear now.
Anyway, this makes it clear, right? This is a trap. What is? Things grow ever more exciting. What are you talking about? I've already repaid my debt. I don't owe you any more explanation.
Goodbye.
Said to go to Hero's room, but it's waiting for me there. So, for anyone who missed it, just to give you a quick recap, everyone got a note left, like pushed onto their door, basically being like, meet in the dining hall to go and meet up and visit Alter Ego, which is an AI laptop that was stored in a locker in the bathroom on the first floor, just right outside the dorms. Don't worry about it too much if you didn't see any of that. But we were all lured into the dining room at one point as Yaki is putting it, a trap. But a trap for what exactly? That's the real question. So, I think Yasu Hero's room is down here. Celeste. Right, he's down this end, isn't he? Door is unlocked? I guess I can go inside. I exit to go look. That would be a great idea, but I'm going to take the plunge. Here's Hero's room. This is Hero's room. There's all kinds of weird stuff in here. Where do you even get it all from? More importantly, he still hasn't turned up. Means he can't really complain if I don't get his permission to search the room, right? So, there's something in the cardboard box. Blueprints for something, and things made out of, it's like cardboard, plastic, and plaster? Is this Robo Justice? It's in Hero's room. Wait. These blueprints. Something about them bothers me. But yeah. It's a normal bed, pretty much like the one in my room. Let's see, check the bathroom. Nothing here. It's pretty grungy though. Does the bathroom even get this dirty? He's hotboxing in there, bud. All right. So yeah, you might have been able to work out what was bothering Makoto there. If you didn't, don't worry, it'll come up. Makoto, big news, big news. What's wrong? You found Kyoko. What? She okay? Where is she? Hey, I wasn't done. There's more big news.
Just a second.
Robo Justice showed up too. Robo Justice? It's Hero wearing the costume.
Okay.
Anyway, as soon as you can, head to the pool on the second floor. Think Hero and Kyoko would turn up at the same time? Anyway, I have to head to the pool. I went to the second floor as fast as I could. Did remember Robo Justice the pool. Hi, Kyoko. Kyoko, and...
I mean...
Oh man, have I had the worst day. Hero? Hero?
Huh?
Oh, hey, Makoto.
Yeah, duh. Who else would I be? That's a good question.
Huh?
What? Why do I look like this? But someone come along and remodel me while I was sleeping? Was it the Illuminati? Hey, Kyoko, what's up? Found Hero. He was jammed in the pool in locker. He looked like he was fast asleep, so I kicked him and woke him up.
Don't be mean.
I still can't believe you kicked me. Could have been a little more gentle about it, like, I don't know, caress my face or something.
What?
That's creepy. Anyway, Kyoko, where have you been all this time? You just disappeared all of a sudden without a trace.
Well,
There's something I had to check up on. What do you mean? Never mind. I can't never mind.
it's nothing.
Never mind.
Hey,
More importantly. Says that, but does she have any idea? Does she know people think she might be spying for the mastermind?
and
First of all, Hero, you need to explain to us why you're dressed like that.
I mean,
Well, I mean, I have no idea. But the second I was asleep, don't even know how that happened. Then I woke up, and then I was here. I don't care. Do something about that costume. It pains me just to look at you.
Huh?
Well,
let me out of here.
I don't know what's up with this thing, but I can't actually get it off. A little help? How would you make something you can't take off by yourself?
You got it all wrong.
I didn't make the stupid friggin' thing.
it would seem
There's a clasp on the back that's keeping me from getting it off. Looks pretty sturdy. I don't even get it off on my own. Don't really have a choice. Let's help him. It took everyone's health, but slowly we were able to get Hero out of the suit. It took a few minutes, but eventually we got all the pieces off. Free at last. Isn't it kind of weird how perfectly the suit fits Hero?
So then,
Not to the point. Nobody but Hero would be able to wear that costume. Wait, what? Hold on a sec.
honestly,
Don't bother trying to act innocent. The blueprints are in your room as well.
is that okay?
In other words, it is obvious to everyone that you made this costume. That's true. I saw the blueprints myself. Yeah, me too.
Could it be?
And it's obvious. When I put this costume on, I went around attacking everyone. It
That's terrible!
was Hero. Shall we tie him up and gag him?
Just the worst.
Good idea. We wouldn't want him killing anyone else.
What?
Tie me up? Hold on, guys. That's going a little far.
that's right.
Maybe a suspect deserves fair treatment.
Hmm.
Yeah, I mean, attacking? Blueprints? I have no idea what you guys are talking about.
What the heck?
Can't actually talk your way out of this. It's been decided. You killed them.
Please.
What? Killed who? I have no idea what you're talking about. There must be a fake hero running around.
What are you saying?
You're the only one who can wear this costume. Who else could possibly be the costumed attacker?
What the heck?
How do you know I'm the only one? Maybe you should try it on for yourself before you convict me.
Okay.
Fine, if you're gonna be a jerk about it, I will. Without missing a bit, he decided to put on the Robo Justice costume.
Huh. See? Look. See how loose it is? I mean, come on. I'm blind as a bat in here. Can't see my feet at all. I'm surprised you got anywhere in this thing.
I'm telling you, it wasn't me.
And not to mention, you totally can't bend at the waist. Seems like a pretty obvious oversight.
That's not a very nice thing to say. I mean, it's not like I made it. I just got caught up in the moment.
Well, either way, now we know for sure, right? I mean, it seems pretty clear that nobody but Hero could have fit into this dumb costume.
In a huff, Hina took the suit back off again.
Ah.
Well, now you're all out of excuses. No, see, it's 'cause you're a girl. If it was another guy, then... Makoto, go ahead. Okay. Against my will, I picked up the piece off the floor and tried putting them on. It's no good. The arms are too long. There's no way I can wear this.
Just a second.
See? I told you it was impossible. You are absolutely right. It seems this costume is made to fit Hero's body exactly.
But
Then there's another costume. We must have one that looks the same, but fits them.
Honestly.
If you insist on this line of defense, then show us some evidence.
what the heck?
Evidence? You claim there is another suit, yes? You must find it and show it to us. What the heck?
Just the worst.
Who cares? Hero's the only one without an alibi during this whole thing anyway.
That's terrible.
It's how we know it was him.
What?
I mean, is that really true? I have no idea what's been happening. Did someone, like, tell me?
What the heck?
If you don't tell me what's going on, how am I supposed to understand? I think I figured out that someone's been killed, right? Hey, Makoto, who was it? Well, 2 people were killed. Taka and Hifumi.
What?
What? 2 people?
Just the worst.
Why are you freaking out? You did it.
Please.
I did not. Huh? Wait, hold on. Those 2 are the ones that were killed.
How about that?
That's it. I know who did it.
So then,
May as well tell us then. Taka and Hifumi were fighting over Alter Ego, right?
I'm at least 30%
Which
right.
means Alter Ego and our Chihiro must have done it.
correct.
I see. That's unfortunate.
Please.
Huh? Unfortunate?
What the heck?
Stop trying to trick us and just admit you did it, okay? I'm telling you, you got it all wrong.
Oh, so
I
then.
know. That note. Note?
Um.
Last night, someone slipped a weird note under my door. Here's what it said. I found a hole. Maybe we can use to escape. Monokuma can't find out, so don't tell anyone else. For now, let's meet in the rec room at 1 a.m. The last thing I remember is going to the rec room, and then for some reason I fell asleep.
Hey.
The real killer probably drugged me or something.
Just the worst.
Not a chance.
So,
Oh, hold on. Could be onto something. Hellstones did have chemicals that could do that.
Huh?
Really? I told you, someone's trying to set me up. Secret passage, chance to escape. Someone who wrote all that just to trick me.
Ah,
Even if that's true, he must have been a dumb fish to take a bite of every single piece of bait that floats in front of here. Well, after being trapped here for so long, even if you know it's a lie, you still gotta check, right? Yeah, they preyed on my desire to get out of here. They deceived me.
ah.
I still don't buy it.
Don't be mean.
Well, you should buy it.
Just a second.
Okay, then show us that note. With pleasure. I have it right here in my, pocket.
No way.
Looks like I lost it.
Ah,
Yeah, sure.
Please.
Please, you gotta believe me. I wouldn't hurt a fly. As I said before, I just believe you. You must produce evidence. Can you show us the note? I have no particular issue with what you claim, but if you want us to believe you, give us a reason. What the heck? For serious? Now then, shall we resume our investigation? There's no time to waste before the class trial begins. Why do we need to keep investigating? We already know who did it.
what the heck?
Why? Why did you kill them? Tell us, hero. No, it's like I said.
Just the worst.
Was it really to get the money Monokuma offered us? Yeah, that must be it. You must be totally broke, and that's why...
Please.
Wait, it's a false accusation. Somebody help me.
What are you saying?
Just be thankful we haven't bound and gagged you. You have time to yell and carry on. You have time to search for evidence, right?
What?
Ah, you're right. I need to look for the second suit in that note. Feet don't fail me now. Guess I better get back to guard duty. I was gonna ask Toker, Genocide Jack to switch with me. If she and Sakura got into a fight, we'd have a catastrophe on our hands. Goodbye. One by one, everyone peeled away.
Makoto.
Dakota, do you have a second? Huh? I want you to help me with the investigation.
It would seem...
Looks like I got a late start on this one, so I need to make up some ground. Sure, I don't mind helping. Can you promise me something? Later, when we have time, can you tell me why you disappeared?
Why is that?
No. Reject me so simply.
Anyway...
Anyway, I need your help. You don't mind, do you? Okay.
Shall we go?
Thanks. Now then, shall we?
Hey,
So, Makoto, first I'd like to examine the corpses. Examine the corpses? I don't even hear that from a girl the same age as me.
correct.
Dead bodies don't lie, you know. They tell the truth far more easily than the living.
Hey,
Wouldn't you agree? How am I supposed to answer?
anyway...
Anyway, you have to hurry, before the class trial begins again. Yeah, you're right. Okay then. Show me where the bodies are. They're in the repository. I guess we should head that way for now. Alright, up to the 3rd floor. I think it's not too much more investigation. We get through the class trial, that's the fun part. For a moment, Kirko seemed to go rigid. Only for a moment.
So then...
Well then, let's get started. Got sat next to Taka without hesitation, began poking and prodding the bodies.
I knew it.
The one in Kumafar was right. They were killed using similar weapons. The movements were so smooth. She was so calm. Seeing how comfortable she was actually made me feel a little more comfortable.
I see.
Koto, I found something. You did?
Hey,
Remember the wristwatch Taka always wore on his left hand? You did?
whew.
You're so oblivious to the people around you. Do you dislike other people that much? No, that's not it. Anyway, you said you had a watch?
So then...
Take a look. It's broken. See, the hands aren't moving, right? It was like it broke when he had his encounter with his assailant. If you notice, the hands are frozen at just past 6 o'clock. Does that mean the watch is broken sometime just after 6?
That's right.
Last night, Taka's watch definitely wasn't broken. Hey, you! How long will you keep us waiting? Taka's irritated voice pierced the air as he stared pointedly at his wristwatch. It's almost 10 o'clock, you know that? Bedtime for all the little boys and girls!
In other words...
So if it worked at 10 last night, it would have been broken at 6 p.m. Meaning it must have happened at 6 this morning.
However...
And that's not all. Look at Taka's left hand. He appears to be gripping something. Right, there's something white in there.
Makoto.
Can you try and pry it out? Me?
Because...
Rigor mortis has already set in. Boys are better at this sort of manual labor, right? Okay. I just didn't want to grasp Taka's cold hand. The ice cold hand was nearly enough to cause my heart to stop beating. After some effort, I was finally able to free the object from his tightly clenched fist. Piece of paper?
Hey,
Is that all he had in his hand? Yeah, that's it. This little scrap of paper. Doesn't seem like much of a clue, does it?
is that right?
I wonder about that. Trigger then turned to Hifumi's body.
So then...
Let's check Hifumi's body now. Perhaps he left us a few clues of his own. Some weird clues in this one, right? Like a tiny scrap of paper. Yep, we already read this one. Yeah, it's covering everything we already know. The paper knows the blueprints. Didn't have a corner missing off it or anything teared off of it though. So, did you find anything?
Indeed.
I did. More than expected, to be honest. Look at this. Wad of paper?
That's right.
Fumi had it hidden on him. Hidden?
Indeed.
Stuffed it in his pants. So I can only assume he hid it on purpose, you see. In his pants? Wait, so you're...
Why is that?
It was just his pants. Not like his socks or something. I don't know what that means.
Hey,
Anyway, let's take a look at the paper. Go ahead, Frodo, open it up. I think how it was stuffed in his pants. It's like, if very important for me, I'll never let you forgive this. A note? Found a hole maybe we can use to escape. Monokuma can't find out, so don't tell anyone else for now. Let's meet in the equipment room at 6 a.m.
so...
That sounds very familiar. That's it. It's the same thing Hiro said. Then he was telling us the truth.
However...
Although it's not exactly the same time, is it? Last night, someone slipped a weird note on my door. Here's what it said. Found a hole maybe we can use to escape. Monokuma can't find out, so don't tell anyone else from now. Let's meet in the rec room at 1 a.m. Time is different. Bro told us his note said meet at 1 a.m. Further road to Fumi asked to meet at 6 a.m. It also says equipment room, Makoto. You missed that part.
Is that right?
Hold on. Just because Fumi had the note doesn't mean it wasn't meant for him. Huh?
So...
Part of it has been torn off, right? I think there's likely some meaning there. Some meaning to part of it being ripped? Maybe explain it a little more? Think carefully.
Hey,
Why are you being clutched in scrap paper so tightly? I have no idea.
so then...
What if it wasn't just a scrap of paper when he was holding it? What if it was something more important? How would something important like that become a mere scrap of paper? That's what you need to answer. I mean, the corner's clearly torn off at that, Makoto.
Hey,
While we're at it, I'll tell you one other thing. Two victims this time definitely had their e-handbooks on them. The handbooks have nothing to do with how the murders were carried out. Not that there was any reason to think they were connected to the killings in the first place. So you don't have to think about the handbooks this time, right?
is that right?
If you didn't know to think about them at all, wouldn't go out of the way to mention it. I said they weren't used to help carry out the murders. Make our point, however, where a handbook may play a role. Handbook may play a role? I don't think I understand. If Kyoko thinks it's important, I better keep it in mind. Oh, here we go.
Are you excited? Are you pumped? It's time for the class trial to begin! Like the bright burst of fireworks, like the flash of a soul clashing with life and death. And so, with no further ado, everyone please meet at the usual spot. Make your way to the red door on the first floor of the school. See you soon!
Scrap Person was killed by the big boy? I mean, maybe. It's unfortunate, but I suppose this is where our investigation comes to an end. You have to figure out the rest for yourself and come to the proper conclusion. Yeah, you're right.
Shall we go?
Well, best get going. Okay. There's the red door. There's the elevator. Everyone had heard Monokuma's proclamation. They were gathered by the red door. As soon as we were all there...
Monokuma appears!
Hello! Hello! Hello. He's multiplied?
Wrong!
Nope, not multiplication. Just looks that way because of an illusion. I'm moving so fast, so it looks like I'm multiplied. Can you guys tell? Which one is the real Monokuma? We just get on the elevator already.
Boy, tough crowd.
You're not playing along.
Stop talking.
We're not here to play with you.
Okay.
Okay, fine.
Hey! Hey!
And if everyone's here and ready to go, please board the pain train, elevator. I'll see you guys down there.
Let's go.
Okay then, shall we?
Please!
Hold on, I'm not mentally prepared yet.
What the heck?
You'll never be mentally prepared. You can't run away anymore, hero. You're gonna pay for your sins.
What the heck?
I told you already, I didn't do it. For serious. That reminds me, did you ever find the other costume? Or the note? Well, no, but... Unfortunate. It would seem we have our culprit.
Hey,
This isn't the place to talk about it. Save your accusations when we get to the courtroom.
That's right.
She's right. Let's get down there first, then the story can really begin. Yeah, good idea. That's right. I have to do it. Can't let whoever killed Fumi and Taki get away with it. For everyone who's still alive, and for the two that lost their lives. The one who killed Fumi and Taka. The one who killed two of our friends. The killer is... someone right here.
Damn.
I don't like Monokuma's carefree attitude. I agree, Sakura.
Just the worst.
Let's hurry up and go so you have Hiro pay for his crimes. Are you listening? We two get to the courtroom to begin your argument. It would appear the culprit has been confirmed. This trial will be over in no time.
hey,
The story begins when we get down there. It wasn't me. You gotta believe me.
Yes, yes.
Come on, Big Mac, let's do it! Oh my god, Genocide Jill. I took one last deep breath and exhaled slowly. I began to walk toward the elevator. Once everyone was aboard, the doors closed on their own, and the steel box began to move. The concave elevator kept us company as we fell further and further down. There was no going back. Till we settled all this, we couldn't go anywhere. I'm not sure how long it was before the elevator finally came to a stop. The elevator door slid open, opening onto a cruel fate. When I see you all gathered together like this, I realize just how few of you there are left. The school life is slowly reaching its climax.
Just the worst.
Only because of you. Why? Why are you making us do such cruel things to each other?
What?
Well, what? Really hate me so much? But I'm so cute.
Come on.
Stop fooling around and begin the trial. Don't rush me. Of course I'm going to start it. I would never be like, stay tuned for the action-packed cross-trial after this commercial break. I'd never hold out on you like that. Okay, let's begin. Get to your assigned seats. So the curtain opened once again. A deadly judgment, a deadly deception, a deadly betrayal, a deadly riddle, a deadly defense, a deadly faith, a deadly class trial. Alright, let's get our skills set. We got a couple of new ones. Lost in Thought, I believe that one's equipped. Yes. Got Mirror Liberation now, so this is the new one we got from Kyoko in the last lot of free times. So you'll notice this one's actually a lot. Like we got 6 out of 14, goes all the way up to 11 with this one. Because it costs 5 SP. And the focus gauge decreases more slowly during concentration and fever time. It's during effective during non-stop debate hangman scare with bullet time battle. Really, really handy. It means that the actual, like, when you hold down space to slow down time, it actually lasts longer. Alright. Let's do this.
Let's begin with a basic explanation of the class trial. So, your votes will determine the results. If you can figure out who done it, then only they will receive punishment. But if you pick the wrong one, then I'll punish everyone besides the blackened, and the one that deceived everyone else will graduate. Now then, to begin with...
We already know who did it.
No, we don't.
Was that?
It was Hiro. He does not have an alibi for when the murders took place, and we found him in that suit. Don't try and deny it! You killed them!
I didn't! Someone knocked me out! I was asleep the whole time! I don't know anything about it!
Shut your murdering mouth, murderer!
Ironic coming from you, you're a serial killer.
Who are you calling a murderer?
I know, right?
I am sorry to say, Hero, but we do have evidence.
Do we?
Blueprint for the suit.
Uh-huh.
Parts we assume were used to build it.
Uh-huh.
And all of it was found in your room. You have to admit, the evidence is quite compelling.
I mean, it could have been planted.
It points to you as having created the suit and wearing it while committing crime after crime.
How many times do I have to tell you? I don't know, I don't know, I don't know!
Is Hero really the killer? Or anything else? You have to make that clear.
Everything we found in your room. The blueprints, the suit parts, they are all proof enough that you are the culprit.
I don't know anything about that stuff! It's not true, it's a conspiracy!
Hero, why? Why did you kill them?
No! Just hold on a second!
Well, the evidence that Hero is the killer. Is that really true?
Everything we found in your room. The blueprints, the suit parts.
So if you missed it, the thing that Makoto didn't like about the blueprints was the handwriting.
Are we sure Hero really made those blueprints?
What do you mean?
Well, take a look at this. It's the note that Hero wrote, asking everyone to meet up after Alter Ego disappeared. The handwriting's obviously different, wouldn't you say?
It's so very, very different.
When you compare it to the blueprints.
Like, look at that. Like, why would you write like that when you can write as beautifully as it was on that invitation?
There's no way you could think the same person made both of them.
Unless that person made it a point to disguise their handwriting.
On the invitation one, the one that Hero wrote, oh, it's totally his handwriting. He was very, very proud of it when it came up in conversation.
No, the differences are bigger than that, I think.
Come on! I'm not smart enough to think of trying to change my handwriting anyway.
That's true.
So Makoto, are you saying you don't think Hero's the culprit?
Correct.
And he's not the only one. I think Hero's innocent as well.
Thanks, Byakuya. I still hate you, but thank you.
What?
Then who was in that Robo-Justice suit?
Hero.
Is it like Hero said? Was there really someone running around in a second suit?
No.
The suspicious individual hidden within the suit. Go ahead, Makoto. Tell them who it was.
And of course he passes it off to me.
So? Who was in the Robo-Justice suit?
Vicious individual in question, the one that must have been in the suit.
I got it!
It was still
Other
Hero.
than Hero, I can't think of anyone else it could have been. Obviously, he was the one in that particular suit, and we never found any kind of second suit.
Then there can be no doubt. Hero is the prime suspect.
That doesn't make any sense. You just said Hero didn't do it.
Correct.
It makes perfect sense. Hero was the suspicious individual in the suit, but he's not the culprit.
So what you're saying is...
That's right. The culprit in this case has nothing to do with being in the Robo-Justice suit.
There's our first key point made.
What? Now that's a bold assumption.
No, not really.
And what reason do you have to make such a statement? You do have a reason, yes?
So here's the interesting part. who actually even saw anyone in the Robo Justice suit before we saw Hero at the end? So if you go back and think about it, the entire time we were chasing after the suspicious individual that was in the suit, the only time we ever saw them was in a photo that Celeste showed to us, showing somebody in the suit dragging Hifumi away. We didn't see anyone actually in the suit do anything, so there's no way to know. And another thing is, if someone dragged that dolly away, which requires you to bend down to grab it, with someone's corpse on it, and the suit can't bend at the waist, can't have happened. Impossible. Only Celeste saw shit or made it up. Well, that's the thing we're gonna have to work out.
Of course. But before we get to that, there's something else we need to clarify first. So let's get that out of the way.
Hey, stop trying to boss us around!
All things have a proper order.
So what is it? What needs to be clarified?
We must clarify the method of transportation for Taka's lifeless body.
Was the dolly?
It would seem that his corpse was moved using certain particular items. Makoto, can you tell us what they were?
I sure can. These are used to Taka's body. There must have been blue top.
I got it!
There's still one more thing. That was the blue top to start with, and the dolly.
I got it! They were a dolly and a tarp, right?
Right. What's with the attitude?
So, let's see if I can explain. Taka's body disappeared from the equipment room, and then we rediscovered it in the repository. And when we found it for the second time, it was wrapped in a blue tarp, right?
I mean, I'd say lying on a blue top, not so much wrapped, but sure.
It was the same tarp that, up until then, was stored in the equipment room. So the killer must have seen it there, and decided to use it when they moved Taka's body.
Which would prevent the blood from, like, spilling out and telling us where it had been moved to begin with, so that makes sense.
That way, they wouldn't leave any bloodstains while they were moving it.
Exactly.
Okay, that explains the tarp. And the dolly?
Same thing. I'm sure the dolly was in the equipment room when we first found Taka's body there.
It was.
But when the body disappeared, so did the dolly. Later, when Taka's body reappeared in the repository, so did the dolly.
In other words, you think they used the dolly to move the body. Am I right?
I don't think. The wheels are covered in blood and there was wheel tracks in the bloodstain, so it was definitely used.
But are you sure you are not mistaken?
Oh, I'm sure.
Huh?
Are you absolutely positive the dolly was in the equipment room when we found Taka's body?
Oh, I'm sure.
That dolly was made specifically for moving large objects between the repository and the art room. It would be very strange indeed to discover it had made its way to the equipment room. Is it not possible that it was in the repository all along, and you simply didn't realize it?
She's raised an objection. How do you respond?
There is no shame in being wrong. Nobody expects much from you anyway.
Rude.
We have all accepted the fact that you rarely understand what is going on around you.
Wow, double rude. Wow, I've never heard anyone sound so nice or being so mean. Maybe I can change her mind. I can just explain to them why the dolly must have been moved from the equipment room to the repository. You know, I'm just been out the bullet time battle, so I can hear more. Sure would. Let's talk about reloading. So with the next bullet time battle, we're going to add one more ingredient to the recipe. Bottom of the screen, underneath the tempo marker, you'll see your ammo count. Up until now, there really hasn't been a limit on how you destroy your opponent's statements. From now on, locking on and pressing the left mouse button won't be enough to handle them. That will cost you 1 bullet to destroy a single remark. Once you run out of bullets, you can't destroy my statements no matter how locked on you are. However, you can reload by pressing the tab key. It's like locking on, you have to press the tab key in time with the tempo marker. It's going to show that the tab key now is functional with right and left mouse buttons. You'll automatically reload the start of fever time and your ammo will not decrease. But if your action difficulty is set gentle, you don't have to reload at all. In which case, ignore everything I just said. Well, hey, good luck and have fun. Use a hair skipping jumping rope. You totally could.
You have it wrong. I cannot agree. You are a fool. So pathetic. Lies will get you nowhere. Do your worst. You miserable wretch. I cannot agree. You are a fool. Do your worst. You have it wrong. I cannot agree. You are a fool. So pathetic. Lies will get you nowhere. Do your worst. You miserable wretch. I cannot agree. You are a fool. Do your worst.
I dropped the combo there.
You miserable wretch. I cannot agree.
This should prove it.
The last statement she said there was the equipment room dolly bloodstain sort of
If
thing.
you're asking for proof that the dolly moved, I have it right here.
Yeah, her statement was, I absolutely cannot believe the dolly was used to move Taka's body. And then I'm like, nope, the bloodstain in the equipment room.
When I found the dolly in the repository, one of the wheels had a blood stain on it. There was a pool of blood in the equipment room with a tire mark in it that matched the dolly wheel's tread. The killer probably rolled the dolly through the blood on accident as they wheeled the body out of the room. And as the blood dried on the tire, they moved the body into the repository. So there's my proof that the dolly was used to move Taka's body.
Nailed it, Makoto. Good job, buddy. Jeez, does Celeste really hate me that much?
Well, anyway, that was just something we had to get out of the way. Let's get back to the main subject.
Fucking Byakuya.
Yeah, the subject of how Robo Justice didn't do it. Because if it's not a killer robot, then what kind of robot is it?
Just an idiot robot.
I'm not sure that really matters.
I'd be happy to explain why the occupant of the suit couldn't possibly be the killer. If you look back on how the body was transported, it will become immediately obvious.
Yeah, the body was moved. It would be clear that a person in the suit couldn't have done it. What does he mean by that? So here's the part about the suit not bending in the middle that I brought up before.
As we know, Taka was killed in the equipment room. And from there, the body was moved to the repository, correct?
Yeah, the culprit wrapped the body in the tarp, then loaded it onto the dolly and wheeled it off, right?
That's
Now,
all correct.
Keep in mind that the dolly doesn't have a handle.
That's
Well,
also correct.
yeah, but even without a handle, all you'd have to do is bend over.
Yeah, but
No,
you can't.
it's wrong. You're absolutely right that you could push a dolly without a handle if you stoop down low. But if you were wearing that suit, do you think you could actually get into a position like that?
Hey, Attack, I'm doing pretty good.
What do you mean?
Think back to what you said when we were all checking out the suit together, remember?
I'm blind as a bat in here. Can't see my feet at all. I'm surprised you got anywhere in this thing. I'm telling you, it wasn't me. Not to mention, you totally can't bend at the waist. Seems like a pretty obvious oversight.
When you're in that suit, not only can you not see your feet, but you can't even bend at the waist.
So how would you push a dolly?
Am I right about that?
Now that you mention it, yeah.
It seems like it'd be awfully hard to push that dolly if you couldn't bend over.
Right you are, Sakura.
Well, what's to stop you from simply pushing the dolly with your feet?
What's to stop you from kicking the body off the dolly if you can't see your feet in the costume?
When you can't even see your feet? You really think someone could kick the dolly all that way?
Yeah, come on.
Yeah, it'd be totally impossible. Not that I can say for sure myself.
On top of that, if you were wearing such a rigid, cumbersome suit,
how would you even pick up the body off the floor in the top to put it on the dolly?
It's very unlikely you would have the dexterity to go about wrapping the body in a tarp.
Thanks, Byakuya.
Well, I mean, isn't that just a matter of taking off the suit when you're ready to move the body?
No, because it was clasped and we already worked out Hiro couldn't even take it off on his own. Absolutely no chance of that, because you have to take off the body because can't take it off by yourself.
I don't think taking off the suit was an option. If you remember,
I don't know what's up with this thing, but I can't actually get it off. Little help. Why are the voices mixed so low? I mean, quite literally. I have the voices up full and I have the music and everything down low, right? Like, the audio in this game is kind of a mess. Why would you make something you can't take off by yourself? They didn't make the stupid friggin' thing. There's a clasp on the back that's keeping you from getting it off. Looks pretty sturdy. I don't think you can get it off on your own. Don't really have a choice. Let's help him.
That's true. It seems impossible to put the suit on or take it off without help.
Then, you really can't take it off by yourself? Hiro wasn't just making it up?
I turn the game up a little as well.
Of course I wasn't making it up.
if he could have gotten it off by himself, I don't think he would have let us see him wearing it.
Exactly, Makoto. Exactly. I just thought a little bit too long. Not true, though.
Showing up in the suit was basically an invitation for everyone to suspect it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's right!
So, it's really, really true that Robo-Justice couldn't have moved the dolly?
Yes, that's what we're saying, Kino. Come on.
To be clear, whoever did move the body, it couldn't have been Hiro in the robot suit, correct?
Correct.
No, wait. Just a second, if you please. Have you forgotten about the picture that I took?
No, not at all. It doesn't prove that the robot did anything.
You all got a good look at it, did you not? The image of Hifumi being dragged away by Robo-Justice?
I mean, you say that, but you said that you took this picture from outside of the rec room when you first said you took it. That door there in the background, that's the door into the rec room. So I seriously doubt this is actually an accurate description of what's going on in this picture.
If whoever was in that suit is not the culprit, how do you explain that? Besides, do you remember what the now deceased Hifumi said?
No. How did you get hurt? That guy hit me. What guy? Robo-Justice. That's what I decided to call him just now. There's something suspicious about that statement, right?
So long as those facts exist, the proper conclusion is beyond question.
Let me just show you something. For anyone who didn't remember this, makes what Hifumi said there, not Hifumi. Yeah, Hifumi said they're really suspicious. The Robo-Justice blueprints say Robo-Justice on them. So, how would he have just then made up a name that matches with the name that's on the blueprints?
The individual inside the suit and the culprit are one and the same. It was Hiro, without a doubt.
Yeah, that's gotta be right.
Hold on a second!
It's still far too early to reach that conclusion.
Thanks, Kyoko.
Besides, there's no hurry to decide who did it. Before we rush to a verdict, shouldn't we explore every single possibility?
100% we should.
Instead of seizing on one viewpoint, the truth is uncovered by analyzing things from every angle.
Correct.
Perhaps, but where do we go from here?
Let's review this series of unfortunate events from the beginning. Maybe we'll uncover something new.
Hell yeah.
What a pain in the ass!
Shut up, you.
I don't disagree, but our lives are on the line. If this is what it takes, we have to do it.
Plus, maybe we'll get to find out where the heck Kyoko was when everything went down.
I doubt it.
All right then, let's take another look back at what happened. I suppose we could start with this morning. 4 of us gathered together in the dining hall. Makoto, Hina, Kyoko, and myself.
Correct.
We waited there for quite a while, but nobody else showed up, so we went to look for everyone.
Still correct.
That was around 8 a.m.
Correct.
And as soon as we split up, Kyoko went missing.
Correct.
Soon after that, Hina found Celeste in the rec room and quickly came to get Makoto and me.
Still matches up.
It seems I was unconscious for about an hour after I was attacked by my mystery assailant.
You can't prove any of that.
I know it was an hour because I remember being attacked a little after 7.
Still can't prove that part.
That was when we saw Celeste's picture and discovered that her assailant had been wearing a strange costume.
That's what she tells us at least.
As it turns out, it was Robo Justice. It also soon became clear that this same Robo Justice had abducted Hifumi.
I mean, that's what she says.
We were soon joined in our search by Byakuya and Toko, and then went on to find Hifumi in the library.
That's correct.
He was injured, so we took him to the nurse's office and resumed our search for the suspect.
Correct.
But not long after leaving the nurse's office...
What's wrong? So a shadow. Something moving around at the top of the stairs.
When Celeste told us that, we decided to split up and search the 2nd floor.
Yep.
And soon after that...
I saw someone moving around on the 3rd floor, and I yelled out to everyone as soon as I did.
Again, nobody else saw the person moving around on the stairs to the 2nd floor or the 3rd floor, just Celeste, so this is what we're being told by her. We can't confirm either of these. Celeste, what's wrong? That was a rather intense scream for someone like you. I saw him, a strange costumed man. He ran off as soon as I screamed. I was blocking the stairs, so he headed further down into the hallway and disappeared.
And then...
There's Hifumi scream. Huh? What was that? It came from downstairs. It must have been... Hifumi, it's in the nurse's office. This is bad. Come on, we have to go back.
At that point, we decided to divide up into 2 groups.
We did.
Celeste, Hina, and I went back to the nurse's office.
Yep.
While Sakura, Byakuya, and Toko chased after the suspect.
Mm-hmm.
When we got back to the nurse's office, we found Hifumi, dead.
Except he wasn't. He came back to life and talked to Hina later, so mostly dead, shall we say.
And that's when we heard the body discovery announcement.
Mm-hmm.
I left Celeste and Hina there and headed back to the 3rd floor to let the others know what had happened.
Meanwhile, we had just discovered Taka's body in the equipment room. We must have found both bodies at almost exactly the same time, because we heard the same announcement not long after we discovered his body.
Quick reminder about the body discovery announcement. It doesn't happen until 3 people have found a dead body. So in both cases, for Hifumi's body, it was Celeste, Makoto, and Hina, and for Taka's body, it was Byakuya, Sakura, and Toko.
And that's when I told you guys about Hifumi. Then the 3 of us headed for the nurse's office. But right after we left the physics lab, we ran into Celeste, who'd arrived after us, and she told us something very surprising.
Hifumi's body had disappeared.
We rushed back to the nurse's office and saw that she was right.
Then we remembered we'd left Toko passed out in the equipment room, so we hurried back again.
This can't be happening. Are we all hallucinating this or something?
But when we got there, we discovered that now Taka's body had also gone missing.
Suspicious.
Next thing we knew, we were searching the school for 2 missing dead bodies. And after some time...
Celeste informed us that she'd found the bodies, and we all headed to the repository.
Correct.
Which is where we rediscovered the corpses.
I think that about covers it.
I see. The whole thing sounds exceptionally complicated.
Oh, it's very complicated.
It certainly seems to me that these are not a simple series of connected events.
No, not even remotely.
Okay, well, if that's true, then what?
Rather than a single series of events, I think we have to consider each murder a separate situation. And from there, we can uncover the contradictions surrounding all of them.
That makes sense.
Now then, let's get started, beginning with what happened to Taka.
Alright. Contradictions hidden in what happened to Taka. Now, to uncover the truth of the case, I'll have to find them, no matter what. A contradiction? Correct.
So, regarding Taka's death, I wonder if he died before Hifumi, or perhaps it was after?
We already know what order they were killed in. Taka came last.
Sure about that
What
one?
makes you say that?
Because of the numbering of the Justice Hammers.
It's true that Hifumi was killed with Justice Hammer 3, while Taka's death came from a swing of Justice Hammer 4.
See? So it's obvious Taka came after.
But what if the hammers were used in reverse order? Yeah, order the Justice Hammers are used to commit the murders. Yeah, that is bothering me.
So, regarding Taka's death, I wonder if he died before Hifumi, or perhaps it was after?
We already know what order they were killed in.
Alright, let's let it.
Shoot!
What would be the broken wristwatch?
So, regarding Taka's death, I wonder if he died before Hifumi, or perhaps it was after?
We already know what order they were killed in. Taka came last.
No contradiction there.
What makes you say that?
Because of the numbering of the Justice Hammers.
That's not it either?
Shoot!
Okay.
So, regarding Taka's death, I wonder if he died before Hifumi, or perhaps it was after?
We already know what order they were killed in. Taka came last.
What makes you say that?
Because of the numbering of the Justice Hammers.
It's true that Hifumi was killed with Justice Hammer 3, while Taka's death came from a swing of Justice Hammer 4.
See? So it's obvious Taka came after.
So, regarding...
Let's see here. So it's the broken wristwatch. Yeah, so it should be just after 6, which is the wrong time.
I wonder if he died before...
What does one of Danganronpa say again? Does it say anything about the time? Killed with a similar weapon. Right, that's what it is. Okay. Hang
Or
on.
perhaps it was after?
We already know what order they were killed in. Taka came last.
What makes you say that?
Because of the numbering of the Justice Hammers.
No?
Shoot!
Huh. I've played this game before, but I haven't done it on
regarding
the
Taka's
mean
death,
logic difficulty. So
I
think
wonder
I'm
if he
missing
died
something
before
there.
Hifumi, or perhaps it was after?
We already know what order they were killed in. Taka came last.
Electric.
What makes you say that?
Because of the numbering of the Justice Hammers.
It's true that Hifumi was killed with Justice Hammer 3, while Taka's death came from a swing of Justice Hammer 4.
See? So it's obvious Taka came after.
So, regarding Taka's death, I wonder if he died before Hifumi, or perhaps it was after?
We already know what order they were killed in.
Okay, that was everyone. Let's bust it up. We got there. We figured it out.
Hold on. There's no reason to assume that the hammers were used in the same order as their numbers.
I was jumping ahead. Like, obviously this is correct, right? There's no reason to assume the hammers were used the same order as the numbers. But I was thinking, no, you just jump straight to Taka's watch stopped at 6 a.m. So that has to be before Hifumi was killed, because Hifumi was still up around and walking after 6 a.m.
If anything, that's just another way the killer tried to disguise their actions.
So you're saying the culprit wanted us to think the hammers were used in order, but in reality, Taka was killed before Hifumi?
Correct. That's what I'm saying.
Okay then, let's see the proof.
Okay, now it's the watch. Oh, we're doing Hangman's Scam, but okay. Oh, you're actually going the full word? Okay. Come on. There's a W. Watch. C. And a H, please. There we go.
Now I understand. I got it. Taka's wristwatch.
See, I was just too far ahead in the logic train.
See? Look. It broke with the hands pointing just past 6 o'clock.
It must have gotten broken when he was attacked by the killer, because as of last night...
Hey you! How long are you gonna keep us waiting? Taka's irritated voice pierced the ear as he stared pointedly at his wristwatch. It's almost 10 o'clock, you know that? Bedtime for the little boys and girls!
So if it wasn't broken after 6 last night, then he must have been attacked around 6 this morning.
Way before Hifumi died.
And that would be his official time of death.
But if that's true, then he was killed well before Hifumi.
Mm-hmm.
And before Celeste was attacked this morning, which happened around 7.
That's right. Taka was killed before any of the other incidents took place.
Case is blown wide open now.
That simple fact slipped past all of us. We made the wrong assumption about the order of events, all because of those justice hammers.
That's exactly why the culprit wrote the numbers on each hammer and had them increase in size. That way, when we saw how they were used in each incident, we'd easily make that wrong assumption.
Now, if Taka was killed around 6, then everyone's alibis for his murder go out the window. Because when he was killed, we hadn't met up in the dining hall yet.
Mm-hmm.
That may be true in the case of Taka's murder. But all of our alibis still hold true for Hifumi's death.
That's right. With him, at least, we're all safe.
Huh? What was that? That came from downstairs. It must have been... Hifumi, he's in the nurse's office. This is bad. Come on, we have to go back.
When we heard Hifumi screaming, we were all together. Except for Hiro and Kyoko. Then we all ran down to the nurse's office, and that's where we found his body.
Or is it?
That's totally true! We're all in the clear!
Oh, I know! They must have recorded him screaming on a tape or something, then played it later on!
If that's true, where's the tape?
I don't know.
Oh, hero.
Don't just go making stuff up.
Anyway, we all have rock-solid alibis for when we heard Hifumi scream.
Correct.
Since all of us were there together, clearly none of us could have killed him.
And it does not stop there. There was also the moment when we discovered his body had disappeared.
Oh, he slapped himself?
When his body vanished from the nurse's office, Hina and I were in the bathroom together, while everyone else was in the equipment room, correct?
Hina saying a smart thing. True tech. Hi, Taro. Back from exercising. Welcome back. Hope you had a good day. Hope you had a good exercise.
And then there's the disappearance of Taka's body from the equipment room. At that time, we were all gathered together in the nurse's office because of Hifumi going missing.
Well, don't forget, I was passed out in the equipment room the whole time.
Wait, then what if Genocide Jill did it? She could have dragged Taka's body out of there right then.
No, hero. Bad call. Tiring but alive? That's fair. Exercise can be tiring.
Even if she could pull that off, there's no way she could have done the same with Hifumi's body. Because, as we just established, she was passed out in the equipment room when his body disappeared.
Think of the head pat.
Besides, I didn't do either of them anyway.
Correct.
In other words, it is impossible that any of us could have killed Hifumi or moved either of their bodies. On the other hand, Hiro and Kyoko had disappeared, so they most certainly could have done those things.
That is true.
So what now, Kyoko?
For now, we can't get fixated on who did it, or we'll just keep going around in circles.
That's a fair point.
So instead of who, I propose we start talking about how.
Oh, I agree.
In particular, I think we need to figure out how Hifumi's body got moved.
To be fair, this is a really good point. They moved him up 2 floors entirely on their own, if it's a single killer. And I mean, just as a reminder, we're talking about this guy. We're talking about the big guy. We're talking about, you know, this dude right here, the big heavy bloke who was dead in the nurse's office. Someone's taken up 2 flights of stairs on their own in a couple of minutes without anyone noticing.
That's true. We searched everywhere, but we couldn't figure out how to explain his body disappearing.
Correct.
And according to what Celeste said,
could not have been gone for more than a minute or 2, though. And the killer was able to get in and move Hifumi's body in that short amount of time? It would seem so.
his body apparently disappeared in the 1 minute her and Hina took their eyes off of it.
Yep.
But to carry that much weight from the 1st floor up to the 3rd in that short amount of time?
Oh man, yeah! There's no way! It'd be impossible!
Correct.
Well, what if I told you there was a way to make the impossible possible?
What you talking about, Kyoko?
What? How?
If the dead body were to move itself.
I love this track. One of my favorite pieces of music in this entire game.
The dead body moved on its own?
Correct. Suck it.
No! Not another ghost!
Alright, Ralph, you're so smart. So Hifumi, the big guy, got up on his own and walked upstairs. So he wasn't dead. And you're saying, because so you said it a few times before, he's the one who killed Taka, but he's also dead. So who killed Hifumi? That's the question I want you to figure out.
I don't think it has anything to do with the occult. I think what she's implying is, we thought Hifumi was dead, but perhaps in reality he was still alive.
He was alive?
Are you saying Hifumi wasn't carried out of the nurse's office, but simply walked out on his own?
Yep.
But I mean, we found his body. He was dead.
Perhaps he was simply playing dead.
It's you? Wow.
That it isn't possible.
No, it's 100% totally possible. The idea that Hifumi was still alive. Is it really possible?
Are you saying that when we first found Hifumi in the nurse's office, there's a chance he was actually still alive?
Correct.
It is impossible. Hifumi was dead, without a doubt.
And you know that how?
Surely you heard the body discovery announcement along with the rest of us. Hifumi's dead body had been found. And that is why the announcement was made.
Are we really so sure about that? Maybe the announcement was intended to signal someone else's discovery.
We really don't have any idea who didn't have an alibi after the fatty moved. It's true. The body discovery announcement was only made once. That much I'm sure.
Are you saying that when we first found Hifumi in the nurse's office, there's a chance he was actually still alive?
Oh, he actually was still alive.
It is impossible. Hifumi was dead, without a doubt.
And you know that how?
Surely you heard the body discovery announcement along with the rest of us. Hifumi's dead body had been found. And that is why the announcement was made.
Are we really so sure about that? Maybe the announcement was intended to signal someone else's discovery.
Two bodies at the same time? Well, I mean, that's what they kept saying in the
Are you saying that when we first
rundown.
found Hifumi in the nurse's office, there's a chance he was actually still alive?
No, it is impossible. Hifumi was dead, without a doubt.
And you know that how?
Surely you heard the body discovery
It
announcement.
takes three
along
people
with the
finding a
rest
dead body
of
for the
us.
announcement to sound, yeah.
Hifumi's dead body had been found.
No, that's wrong.
Wasn't Hifumi's dead body.
Was the body discovery announcement that was made really intended for Hifumi?
Nope. So the tip-off for this one, and something else you could have spotted already at this point, was Makoto, Celeste, and Hina walked into the nurse's office, and the body and discovery announcement went off for them finding Hifumi's dead body, right? Because assuming he's still alive at this point. Apparently, at the same time, Sakura, Byakuya, and Toko walked in and found Taka dead, and the body discovery announcement played at the same time for both. The thing that's the tip-off to be like, well, maybe Hifumi is still alive, is after Makoto left and went and found Taka, they did all the stuff there, and Taka's body went missing. Sorry, Hifumi's body went missing. They went back, Taka's body was missing, and then it was, we're searching for the dead bodies, and then when they did the search for the dead bodies, and they found Hifumi and Taka's dead bodies both in the repository at the same time, the body discovery announcement went off again then when we found the two hidden dead bodies. If the body discovery announcement had already happened for both bodies being found at the same time, it takes 3 people to find each dead body. There was 3 people at each of them. Why would there be a second body discovery announcement?
Of course it was. The announcement played right after we discovered his body.
Maybe. But that was also the same time that Taka's body was found.
That's right. It wasn't long after finding his body that we heard the announcement.
So there's a good chance we've made a mistake in there somewhere. I think we've confused whether the announcement was for Hifumi or Taka.
First of all, if 2 bodies had been found, there really should have been 2 announcements.
Correct.
Maybe Monokuma simply got lazy and rolled them together into one.
That's not a good thing to say around Monokuma, Celeste.
What do you say, Monokuma? Any comment?
Well, it's a very sensitive issue, so I can't go into too much detail. But what I can say about the body discovery announcement is that it's only broadcast when 3 or more people find a dead body for the first time.
That didn't answer our question, man. We're asking if you're a lazy bum.
No, actually, that was plenty.
Correct.
Huh? He said it's only broadcast when a body is discovered for the first time, which means even if we find the same body again later, he won't make the announcement again.
And he totally did.
If that's true, then why was the announcement made again later on?
There's your tip-off.
Huh? Later on?
Exactly. We heard the body discovery announcement twice.
Second body discovery announcement. First time I played is when we found each body in the nurse's office in the equipment room. The second time was when both bodies were rediscovered.
We heard it a second time in the repository, when we rediscovered the two bodies.
A body has been discovered! After a certain amount of time, which you may use however you like, the class trial will begin.
It didn't seem weird at the time, but it contradicts what Monokuma just told us, doesn't it?
Sure does.
Exactly. If we were actually rediscovering both bodies, the announcement shouldn't have played.
Which means one of them wasn't dead the first time.
And in reality, when the two dead bodies were rediscovered, one of them was actually being discovered for the first time.
So, when we found Hifumi the first time in the nurse's office, he wasn't actually dead yet.
Correct.
Meaning, he wasn't actually found dead until we came upon him in the repository.
And that's just part of it. There's one other thing that leads me to believe he was still alive in the nurse's office.
You remember what this part was, Rao?
Oh, I know! Because he was super good at playing dead! Bada bing, bada boom!
That's not it at all.
That is the worst logic I have ever heard.
Losses? Exactly.
But honestly, I do not think there's anything that can prove he was still alive.
You'd be wrong.
Okay then, let's take another look at the events surrounding the discovery of his body.
Yeah, let's do that.
Then it should become clear whether he was really alive or not.
This whole thing is pointless.
There has to be proof that shows Hifumi was still alive. I have to find it and show it to everyone. Oh, hey look, Hifumi's glasses. You are pointless.
Well, here's one thing we do know. The first time we found Hifumi's body was in the nurse's office.
Correct.
And then, while me and Celeste were in the bathroom, his body disappeared.
And the next time we saw his body, it was in the repository.
But when you compare his body before being moved and his body after being moved, other than the change in how it was positioned, there was no notable difference.
No, you're wrong.
No, that's wrong. In fact, there was one clear difference between Hifumi in the nurse's office and the repository.
Objection! No, this isn't Phoenix Wright, this is Danganronpa. Different company.
His glasses.
Correct.
That fact alone proves that he was only playing dead in the beginning.
Look, I love Phoenix Wright. I've played every single Phoenix Wright game. Also, there's a fridge with the blood in it? Correct.
Perhaps you'd like to fill the rest of us in?
When we found Hifumi in the nurse's office, his glasses were covered with blood. But when we found him again later in the repository, they were spotless. And I found the item he used to wipe them clean in the nurse's office trash can.
I mean, it was the glasses cleaning part, duh.
I got it! It was a glasses cleaning cloth featuring a certain cartoon mascot.
One that he'd already said he likes, because it's the same one that was on the digital camera that he gave away.
One look at the bloodstain on the cloth should make things clear. This piece of cloth was used to wipe Hifumi's glasses clean. And the mascot on the cloth is the same one that's on the digital camera, right? And whose digital camera was it? Hifumi's, of course.
The character was Princess Piggles from Demon Angel Pretty Pudgy Princess, I think.
Correct. As sad as it is, that is correct, yes.
I highly doubt anyone but Hifumi would have brought something like this to school.
I see your point. And the only people here who wear glasses are...
Hifumi and... someone else. Oh, Toko.
I wouldn't be caught dead using a
Byakuya.
tacky piece of garbage like that.
A few tissues is all I need to keep my glasses clean.
Then there's no question. It belonged to Hifumi.
So what you're saying is... what exactly?
Oh, Hero, you're so stupid. It's a mouthful of a title, it really is.
What I'm saying is, the blood on his glasses was wiped away using his own glasses cleaning cloth.
Even if that is true, it does not mean he wiped the blood off himself.
Why would anyone else wipe it off? It makes no sense.
But who would benefit from a clean pair of glasses other than the glasses owner?
Yeah, like if they're gonna move the body, why would they wipe down the glasses? It makes zero sense.
That's a good point.
Then it must have been him, right?
Right.
So let's assume that Hifumi was still alive in the nurse's office. He pretends to be dead. Then when he's alone, he wipes his glasses clean so he can see. Then he stands up and walks out on his own 2 feet. And with that, the impossible task of moving his copious corpse becomes possible, wouldn't you say?
Not just from the glasses. There's a few other things you worked out beforehand.
But then, if he was just pretending to be dead, what was with all that blood? Was it paint or something?
Copious Corpse is my Cannibal Corpse cover band. I'm joking, obviously, but that's too good of a joke to pass up. Thank you, Tech.
The fridge in the nurse's office contains packs of blood for emergencies. He probably used one of those.
There's that fridge coming back right now.
He figured if he was gonna play dead, he should go all out, so he just dumped it everywhere! But he got crazy with it and had to wipe his glasses off when he was done! God, what an idiot!
And if Hifumi was still alive at that point, the disappearance of Taka's body is easily explained.
Yep.
It should be perfectly obvious who must have moved Taka's corpse.
Everyone say it with me now. Remove Taka's corpse.
I got it! It could only have been Hifumi.
It wasn't for me, correct. You need to clarify if it's a joke, it's funny to imagine it's real. Or maybe I was joking when I said it was a joke. You'll never know.
While we were all gathered in the nurse's office, he went to the equipment room and took Taka's body.
That also explains how the door to the repository got locked.
The door was locked? Well, after the bodies disappeared, we all went looking for them, right? So me and Sakura headed for the repository. But when we got there, the door was locked.
And the repository door can only be locked from the inside. Which means when Hina and Sakura got to the repository, someone was already inside.
And it could only have been Hifumi, who just finished stashing Taka's body there.
He convinced us all he was dead, and when he saw his chance, he dragged Taka's body to the repository. So, Hifumi wasn't just another victim in this case. He was one of the assailants.
Yep.
But that means he took part in the murders.
Yep.
I just can't believe it.
If you're having trouble, would you like me to show you one more piece of evidence?
Sure.
There's more?
Oh, absolutely. The single biggest fact pointing to his involvement has yet to be revealed. You know what I'm talking about, right, Makoto? The item he took off of Taka's lifeless body?
Oh, yeah, I know.
I got it!
It's the note.
You're talking about the note Hifumi had hidden away, aren't you?
Oh, yeah.
Hidden note?
That's right. We found it stuffed in his pants.
What? In his...
Don't worry. Don't worry about it.
Yes, his pants.
Okay, well, forget about the pants for now. Take a look at what the note says.
Found a hole maybe we can use to escape. Monokuma can't find out, so don't tell anyone else for now. Let's meet in the equipment room at 6 a.m.
Ah, that's the note I was telling you about. The one that told me where to go.
Except it's not your one. Yours said rec room at 1 a.m., Yasu.
Huh? Wait, this one's a little different. In my note it said, Monokuma can't find out, so don't tell anyone else for now. Let's meet in the rec room at 1 a.m.
I see. Then this note isn't the same one Hiro got.
It's not the same?
It's the one that Taka got.
In other words, the killer got in touch with another person besides Hiro. And that person could only have been...
It was definitely Hifumi's pants.
I got it! That's right! Taka! The killer used this note to draw out Taka and murder him.
Hello? Over here! Objection! Objection!
What's your objection?
I don't really understand what's going on, but Hifumi had that letter, right?
Good night, Tech. Have a good sleep.
So whoever wrote it wasn't drawing out TikTok, they were drawing out Huffy! Just to be clear, TikTok is Taka and Huffy is Hifumi, right?
Correct. She did say the funny. She did say objection. Blood's a little too psychopathic. Oh, she's way too psychopathic. She's a serial killer, Kuda. So, you know, that's a bit of a problem.
Ugh! Yes! Why must you ruin it every time?
Man, Genocide Jack is seriously scary, but still. Oh, that's the murder weapon that she uses. So, you know. Can't let her get to me.
Huffy had the note, right?
He sure did.
Then the person it was intended for must have been Huffy!
No.
But remember what the note said.
Yep.
What time did it say to meet?
6 a.m., I believe.
The time doesn't matter! The note has nothing to do with TikTok!
Manage the note. I feel like that's the key. So is it gonna be the wristwatch or is it gonna be the time relation?
Huffy had the note, right?
Steal out from the sentence.
Then the person it was intended for must have been Huffy!
No.
But remember what the note said. What time did it say to meet?
Not that TikTok.
6 a.m., I believe.
Okay, I'll take that one.
The time doesn't matter!
No, it totally does.
The note has nothing to do with TikTok!
No, it's wrong! No, there absolutely is a connection.
I agree, Makoto.
What the hell are you talking about?
The note said to meet at 6 a.m., which is the same time Taka was murdered. You've already proven that using his wristwatch. But there's more. Look where the note says to meet. The equipment room, right?
Right where Taka's body was found.
Which is where Taka was killed. I see.
So, Taka was murdered at both the time and place written in the note. I think that should be plenty to show that this note was definitely meant for Taka.
Oh, yeah.
Well, when you put it like that... No further objections!
God, she's insane.
Then someone used that note to trick Taka. Just the same as me.
Mm-hmm.
The culprit really is a cold-blooded monster. Telling people they found a way out.
But if they gave the note to Taka, what was Hifumi doing with it?
Oh, he stole it.
Stuffed down his pants, no less!
Most likely. Hifumi stole it off Taka's corpse after he died.
Huh? He stole it?
Mm-hmm.
Where's your proof? Go ahead, show us.
Oh, I've got proof. Don't you worry, Byakuya.
I got it! When I searched Taka's body, I saw that his lifeless hand was gripping a small scrap of paper.
Yep, the corner of the page.
If I'm right about this, the sheet of paper this piece came from is... I knew it! It fits perfectly with the note we found hidden on Hifumi.
Then Taka's scrap and Hifumi's note.
Oh, the same piece of paper.
Yup, they're from the same piece of paper.
Hifumi had the note meant for Taka, while Taka's corpse still grasped a small piece of that note. There's only one way to explain it.
Taka died clutching the note. Hifumi tried to free the note from its death grip.
The death note? I mean, yeah, I guess so. It was a note that killed him, so I guess it was a death note, Cope. You're right.
Leaving behind only one small scrap. Did I get all that right?
You sure did, Sakura. Well done.
That means Hifumi knew the note was important.
He sure did.
Exactly. Which proves that he was an accomplice in the murder.
Yep.
Whoa. Yeah. After seeing all this, Hifumi was super involved in this whole thing for sure. In fact...
Death grips.
He was behind the whole thing! In fact, he's still alive!
Quit while you're ahead, hero.
Sorry, no. When we found him in the repository, Hifumi was truly and completely dead.
Kinda. Hina cried on him and came back to life for a moment, so not completely dead, mostly dead.
The second body discovery announcement proves that.
Well, Monokuma assumed he was dead.
So then, who killed Hifumi?
That's the important question, Hina.
Whoever did is the mastermind, the true killer.
Correct. Anyone got any guesses?
He was killed in the repository. So he must have been killed not long after transporting Taka's body.
So, he must have been killed after Taka's body vanished, but before we found both bodies in the repository.
During that time, we'd all split up and were searching for Taka's missing body. In other words, during that time, none of us have alibis.
So... my father jumped for suspect. It is her. They faked the picture too. That's a good theory.
Wait, but me and Sakura were together.
I was gonna say, Hina and Sakura have a alibi because they were exploring together.
Stop trying to steal the spotlight, you stupid walrus! Who are you calling a walrus?
You.
Anyway, when they were killed bothers me too. But there's something that's been bothering me even more.
And what might that be?
The weapon they used to kill Hifumi!
Hammer.
The weapon?
Yeah, because I mean, according to the Monokuma file, the way Taka and Hifumi were killed was almost the same, with them having similar fractures and all.
Yep.
But Justice Hammer 3 and 4 were still laying around in the nurse's office and equipment room, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if Hifumi was killed in the repository, the culprit would have had to grab one of the hammers, kill Hifumi, then put the hammer back where they found it.
Oh, they did.
But wouldn't that be seriously risky for him?
No.
I'm surprised. It seems there's some semblance of a brain knocking around that skull of yours after all.
God, that's so mean.
Hell yeah, it's packed in there good and tight.
And he's so stupid he doesn't even notice.
He's right, though. I don't understand it either.
What if it wasn't Hifumi dead there, but a 16th student hit someone with a skull? Let's call them Hifumo... What do you talk about, Tech? I was meaning them out. It's like me praising everyone else, but Avaros such rudeness. It's true.
The Monokuma file makes it clear that they were killed using similar instruments. But if the hammers were already laying around those other rooms...
So the question is, how could the culprit have gotten their hands on either of the
Goodbye, Tech.
hammers?
Hello, HJ.
Personally, I haven't a clue.
So which hammer was used to attack Celeste? Number 1 or number 2?
Those were accounted for in other rooms too. And I don't think either one is big enough to kill someone.
Then...
Is it not possible they used a different weapon?
No, there's no need. They're in the room where all the hammers were stored.
I don't think it is possible. They were both killed with the same kind of thing, right?
So then, what was used to kill Hifumi?
That was actually used to kill Hifumi. All pictures surrounding this case won't become clear until we figure that out. Somehow I have to find the truth. Oh hey look, there's that thing about a hammer that was completely spotless. Wasn't even any, like, dust or anything on it.
What was used to kill Hifumi? Was it Justice Hammer 3?
No.
Maybe Justice Hammer 4?
No.
Well, whatever it was, there's one thing we have to figure out. How was the culprit able to move around so freely with the weapon?
They didn't
How
need
did
to.
nobody witness them carrying it?
Sounds like a Justice Hammer 5 is about to make its appearance! Check out murdergear.com/hammertime for more info!
Well, one thing seems pretty clear. The murder weapon had to be one of the Justice Hammers!
Nope.
No, it's wrong. The murder weapon wasn't a Justice Hammer at all. No,
Is that an actual website?
it was something completely different.
I doubt it, but I wouldn't want to go searching for, like, murdergear.com in case that, you know, triggers any sort of watch list to be like, hang on, what the fuck is this person looking up online? You know what I mean? It's like, you know what? I'd rather just keep that a mystery. FBI open up pretty much, yeah.
But, seriously? A different weapon?
Specifically, a hammer from the repository. The killer could have easily used that to kill Hifumi.
I mean, they were in the repository as it was.
Now, all the hammers in the repository were covered in flecks of grit and debris. But for some reason, one of them had been scrubbed clean. And the reason it had been scrubbed clean was most likely because it was used to commit murder. If the hammer got covered in Hifumi's blood, of course they'd have to clean it off.
Exactly.
I'd also like to point out that the repository has all kinds of hammers. Big ones, small ones.
I've got a lovely bunch of hammers. There they stay together. Big ones, small ones, some that bash in your head.
And even some flat mallet-like ones. I think whoever made the Justice Hammers used those as a basis for their design.
I have to keep saying this every time he says, as a basis for their design. If you look at the hammer rack in the background, there's literally 4 hammers missing of varying sizes. They didn't base their design off them, they literally just took the hammers and painted them.
If that's true, that would explain the Monokuma file's note about the wounds being similar.
So Hifumi moved Taka's body to the repository, where someone then used a hammer to kill him.
They were like, stop, hammer time, and then killed him.
And whoever did that is the true killer. The one Hifumi was working with. And the one who betrayed him.
Hold on a moment. I still think it's strange to assume someone was working together with him.
Why?
The way the graduation rule works, there is no benefit to helping someone else carry out a murder.
See, this is true. The thing that Celeste isn't taking into account here, and a lot of people haven't taken into account this whole entire discussion about an accomplice, is if somebody else carries out the first murder and then you kill them as the second murder, and they can't prove that you killed the second person, you would still get to graduate, and your accomplice is already dead, so there's no way they can turn on you and reveal that it was you in the first place.
So the idea that anyone would work together like that is simply ludicrous. We talked about this, did we not?
So, you know, you act like you're going to be the accomplice to the person that kills the first person and be like, no, I'm just helping you. I don't care that I don't get to escape. I'm just going to keep your secret, make sure you get out of here safely. And then when they think they're all safe, bam, you kill them, and then you're the one who gets out. We did talk about how there wouldn't be any reason for anyone to work together. At least that's what I thought at first, but...
Based on the rules that have been laid out for us, even if more than one person is complicit in the murder, only the one who actually carried out the act can graduate and survive. Assuming the rule holds true, it is simply impossible that two people work together on this.
That is how the rule was explained to us.
But that only really applies if there's one murder, right?
Correct.
In this case, however, there were two murders.
A cool Taco's dead, very nice. I mean, Hifumi's also dead, if that makes you, you know... I don't know if you enjoy that one or not, but, you know.
Based on the rules that have been laid out for us, even if more than one person is complicit in the murder, only the one who actually carried out the act can graduate and survive, assuming the rule holds true.
It is simply... No, that's wrong!
It's not impossible, because it's two separate murders, so two different murders.
Since there were two murders, it's at least plausible that more than one person was involved.
What do you mean?
If there'd only been one murder, then yes, the idea of an accomplice isn't really worth considering. Naturally, if only one person can be saved per murder, an accomplice has no risk versus reward benefit.
Risk versus reward benefit?
The payoff for working together. The reward that balances out the risk of taking part in a scheme.
Yeah, that's simple logic.
There's no point in being someone's accomplice if there's no benefit to you.
Right?
However, if there were some potential mutual reward for the risk, then cooperation becomes possible.
You're saying that two people could act as each other's accomplices to commit two separate murders.
I mean, technically, yeah.
I think that's what the true killer told Hifumi. They would each have an accomplice for their crime.
So, Kiriko's assuming that Hifumi kills Taka, somebody else that's working with him to kill Taka kills someone else, and then both of them cover for each other, no one can prove who did what killings, and they both get away with it, and then both of them can graduate.
And based on the case's events, Hifumi would have been the first one to act, murdering Taka. They made him carry out the first murder so he couldn't back out of helping them later on.
So in this case, there wasn't one single person committing multiple murders. Instead, each person killed someone, creating two separate incidents.
Correct.
And it only looked like one person because that's how the true killer designed it to look. A single suspicious individual, a similar weapon used in each crime, disappearing bodies. By creating one seamless set of circumstances, they made it look like one person was behind it all.
The mastermind picked their target and managed to convince him to go along with their plan. And then, to avoid the no accomplices rule, they simply killed their accomplice.
Yep.
Which, if true, means that betraying Hifumi was part of the plan from the very beginning.
That's just awful! be so cruel?
That is a good question, Hina.
You think so? I can't help but admire its cunning. Still, their choice of accomplice seems odd.
I mean, not really. If you're trying to find someone else here that might want to kill somebody, Taka and Hifumi were basically at each other's throats arguing over something as it was, so it would only take a little push to motivate him to murder Taka. The effort made to convince us the two murders were the same. That was the main characteristic this time. Kyoko must have noticed that fact from the very beginning. Which is why she said not to look at this as a series of connected events, but entirely separate incidents. Kyoko really is amazing. Oh no. You think about it, she's almost too amazing. Like, it's almost unnatural how good she is at this.
I understand how an accomplice could be involved, but then who was the one pulling Hifumi's strings?
The mastermind, the person that was behind all of it.
That's problem numero uno right now.
The true killer manipulated Hifumi to carry out a number of actions and in the end murdered him. The debates up till now, the way the case has unfolded, when you consider all that, there's really only one person who seems to fit.
Here's my answer. It was Celeste.
Oh yeah, it was Celeste.
Ah, so I'm the suspicious individual now, am I? I really do hate this kind of joke.
Oh, I ain't joking around with you.
A joke? I wonder.
You are right, Ralph.
So what you are saying, then, is that I specifically chose to work together with Hifumi.
Mm-hmm.
The idea that I would choose to spend any amount of time interacting with him, that I would go within 10 feet of that shit for brains, that lazy, worthless goddamn idiot!
Pardonnez-moi.
Just to be clear, there is evidence to support it.
There sure is. Thanks, Byakuya.
Is that so?
It is. Throughout the investigation, there was certain behavior that was common only to the two of you. Considering what we've learned so far, it only further proves that the two of you were working together.
Yup. Because if you think about it, Celeste was the one that was like, I saw the culprit up on this way, let's all go to this floor and stuff like that, which kept leading us away from where Hifumi needed to go to use the stairs and everything and get away from us to, you know, move the bodies around and get himself out of the nurse's office and everything. Bankai, oops, wrong Byakuya. Yep. And that joke's been made every stream so far. Looks cute enough to let the red flag slide. Mistake. What is it only Hifumi and Celeste had in common? Countering the suspicious individual. Well, the paper hidden in Hifumi's pants. No.
I got it! The behavior they had in common has to do with the suspicious individual in the suit, doesn't it?
Okay, I think I figured it out ages ago by now. I can go make food. All right, no worries, Rao. You missed the really interesting reveal at the end, but have fun with your food.
The only ones who ever actually saw Robo Justice firsthand were Celeste and Hifumi.
Probably a little while off yet.
Shush. The adults are talking now.
Fuck you, Byakuya.
Sorry.
As he said, only Celeste and Hifumi ever laid eyes on the costumed individual. If we accept that Hifumi was one of the culprits, we can't help but suspect what Celeste has said as well.
Correct.
Are you saying everything they told us was a lie?
Pretty much.
After taking Hifumi to the nurse's office, we all began our search for this individual, correct?
Correct.
And not too long after that, do you remember what Celeste said?
I saw a shadow. Something moving at the top of the stairs.
We headed to the second floor specifically because of what she claimed to have seen. Next, to draw us all to the physics lab up on the third floor,
she let out a blood-curdling scream.
And when we'd all come to see what was wrong, what was it she said?
Celeste, what's wrong? That was a rather intense scream for someone like you. I saw him, the strange costumed man. He ran off as soon as I screamed. I was blocking the stairs, so he headed further down into the hallway and disappeared.
Once she'd done her job of getting us all up to the physics lab, it was time for her partner to get to work.
And then Hifumi screams, pretending to die. Huh? What was that? It came from downstairs. It must have been... Hifumi, he's in the nurse's office. This is bad. Come on, we have to go back.
It was to get us to divide into 2 groups. So that we would discover both bodies at the same time?
Crazy plan.
In fact, Celeste was precisely the one who proposed that we split up.
Mm-hmm. Why don't we split into 2 groups? I'll lead the hunting party. That seems much more interesting. Very well, then Makoto and Hina, you come with me to the nurse's office. I will leave the capture of the suspicious individual to Toko, Byakuya, and Sakura.
Well, if Celeste and Hifumi were working together, all those chance events suddenly become connected.
Mm-hmm.
And on top of that, that piercing cry of yours early on. That was to signal Hifumi, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
It was your way of telling him, we're on the 3rd floor. Everything's going according to plan.
No, not really. I wouldn't call it piercing either, HJ.
Why else would you let out a scream that could have carried across the sea?
I just realized another strange thing. When we found Hifumi in the nurse's office, who we now know was only pretending to be dead,
I was certainly not expecting this. I did not imagine that Hifumi would be murdered.
Celeste, you were the first one to say he'd been murdered. You wanted to make sure we wouldn't have any doubt in our minds.
I don't believe it. Everything, the whole thing was one big act.
Pretty clever, right?
Hina, you were with Celeste when Hifumi's body disappeared, right?
Yeah. I was feeling kind of sick, so Celeste took me to the bathroom. Wait, then that was...
To get you out of the room so Hifumi could leave, yes.
She wasn't worried about you. She just saw a chance to help Hifumi sneak out of the nurse's office.
It's too clever. I mean, if you plan everything out like this, then it would seem very, very clever.
Each piece isn't much by itself, but start putting them together and the picture gets very ugly indeed. Wouldn't you agree, Celeste?
I have no idea what you mean.
Don't bother trying to deny it. You made one fatal mistake.
Oh, she did.
Oh, did I?
Yep.
I didn't even catch it myself when you first said it, but...
I did. If this is the bit that I think he's about to say, I caught this on my very first playthrough of this game. I said it earlier in the stream, but like, I knew who the killer was before even hitting the class trial.
Looking back, I can say that that one little slip-up was your undoing.
So I said, very early on the stream, I said, if you're paying attention, you just caught who the killer is now before you even started the investigation. You ready?
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about what you said after Hifumi's body disappeared and we returned to the nurse's office.
They must really be enjoying this. Enjoying the sight of seeing us standing around frightened and confused. We're all going to die here. We're going to die, just like those guys died.
I remember her saying that too, but I don't understand what's so strange about it.
So what's really strange about that, I'm going to jump in before Byakuya, because this is what I caught as well, is that Celeste, Makoto, and Hina find Hifumi's body in the nurse's office. Sakura, Toko, Byakuya find Taka's body in the equipment room. At the same time, the body announcement goes off. Makoto gets volunteered to go and tell the other group that Hifumi is dead, thinking the body announcement's for him, gets to the equipment room, finds Taka dead, and the other three who think the body announcement is for Taka. He then says they should go back and check on Hifumi's corpse now and see what's going on with that. He leaves with Byakuya and Sakura, Toko having passed out in the equipment room, and they run into Celeste outside of the physics lab, 2 entire rooms away from where Taka was murdered. And she basically says, we need to go back to Hifumi in the nurse's office because what's going on. And they all go down there, and then in the nurse's office she says, like, those guys died, but nobody up until that point has mentioned that Taka was dead in the equipment room to Celeste at all. There's no way she could know that there was another body, there was another person that was dead, unless she's the killer. I caught this on my first time playing through this game. I was like, hang on a second, she never saw Taka's body. Why is she saying guys? No one's mentioned Taka's dead to her. And so I was like, what the fuck? And I was like, she's the killer. And this is before you even start doing like the actual investigation of trying to like check the bodies for clues or anything like that. You have no truth bullets, none of the mechanics in the game to solve murder. And I was like, Celeste the killer.
Then pay attention. Sakura, Toko, and I were first to discover Taka's body in the equipment room. Then Makoto showed up and told us Hifumi had been killed. So Sakura and I left with Makoto. Once we were in the hall, we ran into Celeste, and the 4 of us headed to the nurse's office.
See, she never saw the body.
Now, the entire time we were together, none of us said anything about Taka being dead. Think about it. Celeste's comment doesn't make sense. It was completely out of place.
Yep, and I caught that the first time through before I even saw this explanation.
Yeah, I see what you're talking about. Although I don't really get what it means.
And I said this earlier, but it's the same as the last class trial, where Kyoko was like, oh, let's talk more about the tracksuit. And then Mondo's like, oh yeah, the blue tracksuit. And she's like, nobody said what color the tracksuit was, dude. Why would you volunteer that information? He's like, fuck, I'm caught, I'm the killer. Same thing this time. And so like after that class trial, when I was playing through this the first time, I was like, I'm gonna really pay close attention after people die to everything people say to see if I can pick up on it. And as soon as she said guys, I was like, oh, there it is. I wonder if this is going to come back. Then it came back to the trial at that moment, and I was like, oh, I did it. I figured it out, like, so far in advance.
You hear that, Celeste? Everyone's having some trouble understanding. Could you repeat what you said? If you're really not the culprit, you shouldn't have any problem repeating it, right?
Big brain eyebrows? Yeah, sometimes. Byakuya said Celeste's comment doesn't make sense. What is he alluding to? Thank you for the hydrate.
All I said was, they must really be enjoying this. Enjoying the sight of us standing around, frightened and confused. They must be positively elated. We are all going to die here. We are going to die, just like those guys died. And that is all I said.
And that's all it takes to finish this. It's obvious, isn't it, what was so strange about Celeste's comment?
Alright, I got it the wrong way around. So that's not what she said. She did. She shouldn't have known yet. If I don't mind, what's so strange about what she said is...
All I said...
The controls this looks Face to slow down. Alright,
they must really be enjoying this. Enjoying the sight of us standing around, frightened and confused. They must be positively elated.
There's a way to speed things up.
We are all going to die here.
On one of the later games.
We are going to die, just like those guys died. And that is all I said.
And that's all it takes to finish this. It's obvious, isn't it, what was so strange about Celeste's comment?
I got the so strange for it. I should have stood for those
all
guys.
I said was...
Pretty sure that's where it's going to
They
be.
must really be enjoying this. Enjoying the sight of us standing around, frightened and confused. They must be positively elated.
Just gonna jam
We are
up
all
music for a
going
bit
to die here.
while we're waiting.
We are going to die.
Just like...
There
no,
it is.
that's wrong. That's right. There's no reason Celeste should have said, just like those guys die.
Yep.
When she said that, none of us had told her Taka was dead.
Exactly. And we didn't run into her until after we were all out in the hall. So there was never any chance for her to have seen his body in the equipment room for herself.
Yep.
So how did you know, Celeste? How did you know more than one person had been killed? And how did you know they were both guys?
That's the other giveaway, because at the time, Kyoko and Hiro were still missing.
Because Kyoko had also disappeared, right? So she could have been dead too.
You all have such vivid imaginations. You know that?
Yeah, not really.
Imaginations.
You claim that I was lying when I told you about the suspicious person I saw.
No.
Then what about the picture I took?
Well, not so much lying.
How do you explain this picture of the costumed villain dragging Hifumi away?
I think this one's pretty easy to explain. What do you guys think?
It has to be some kind of setup, right? So let's put the suit on, and then she used the camera's timer to
Overthinking
set
it,
up the
Hiro.
picture.
Have you so quickly forgotten? You are the only one who could have possibly fit into that suit. Plus, I happen to know that this particular camera does not have a timer.
Taka, probably? No, it's like an even easier solution than that one.
In other words, it is an unassailable fact that this is a picture of Hifumi being dragged away.
No one needs to be in it? No, someone needs to be in it. Selfie time? Also not a selfie.
If everything I told you was a lie, how can this picture exist?
Simple. Are we sure that's really a picture of the suspect dragging Hifumi away?
Why does Hifumi need to be dragged away? At all. If Hifumi's her accomplice, why does it matter? Hifumi can just pretend like he's being dragged away, and then their photo says exactly the story she needs it to say, right?
What could you possibly mean by that?
Surely there are other explanations than the one you've offered up.
No, there is no other explanation.
It's not a video. We're not seeing him dragged away. It's a still photograph. There's tons of other explanations. Other explanations? It wasn't a picture of the suspect dragging Hifumi away. The other possibility is...
I got it! It's not a picture of the suspect dragging Hifumi away. I would say it's a picture of Hifumi dragging the suspect away.
That's certainly within the realm of possibility.
Well, now they were dancing? Yeah, no, right? Explains the sweat, right?
The one being dragged off in that picture isn't Hifumi, but the person in the robot suit.
So if you remember, when we found the robot suit, we found Hiro inside of it, jammed inside of a locker, asleep, and he says he doesn't know anything that happened. We've already proved he's not the killer, so, you know, that's the important part. But he doesn't know anything of what happened throughout the entire time because he was asleep the whole time inside a robot costume that he couldn't have put on or taken off on his own. So... Oh, the dumbass? Yeah. So...
We've simply been led to believe that it's the other way around.
He had to be moved? Well, I mean, his note that he got, if you remember, said, meet me in the rec room, which is where this photo was taken, at 1 a.m. So, and then he's like, and I fell asleep and I don't remember everything. Maybe I got drugged. So what if he went to the rec room, someone injected him with some sort of sleeping medication, put him in the robot suit, and then they dragged him away and shoved him in the pool room locker, Where no one saw him again until we found him and woke him up.
And the strange costume might only exist to lead us astray even farther. If you saw someone wearing something like that in this situation, of course you'd notice and be suspicious.
That's what happened! You put me to sleep and made me out to be the bad guy in all this!
Oh, yeah.
Such a thing is utterly impossible.
No.
Hifumi was dragging him away? Ridiculous.
Is it? I don't think it's ridiculous at all.
Then shut your mouth and allow me to educate you.
So I think she can prove that there's no way Hifumi was dragging the suspect away. Is that really possible?
You dressed me up in that suit after I passed out! Then you just draped me across Hifumi and had him carry my weight! You tried to make me look like the bad guy!
Like I said, ridiculous. As you can see in the picture, the suspect is standing perfectly upright. If the person inside the suit was unconscious, there's no way they could stand up straight like that.
Oh, there is.
No,
The costume doesn't bend at the waist. Did you forget? Idiot.
No. Even if the person inside the suit were unconscious, they could still stand up like that. Because that Robo-Justice suit had a certain characteristic.
You totally can't bend at the waist. Seems like a pretty obvious oversight, or was designed that way on purpose. For the purposes of murder.
That's right! They totally made a mistake when they made it, so it couldn't bend at the waist.
I'm not so sure that was a mistake. I think the suit was designed from the beginning to be used the way it was.
Celeste and Hifumi took the suit they'd specially designed and stuffed Hiro into it. That's how they were able to fake that whole thing. The point of it all was to make us believe whoever was in the suit was to blame.
Pretty clever plan when you think about it, right? Like, if a lot of these other little things didn't get discovered, they would have gotten away with it.
Well then, I suppose this is checkmate.
Checkmate? Don't make me laugh, you idiot! What do you mean, checkmate? Celeste? Clearly, you want to cram me into your little guilty box. Well, there's one little problem. Have you already forgotten what Hifumi told us as he lay dying?
No. Hey, Hifumi, who was it? Who attacked you? Who tried to kill you? Who killed me? That's right. Their name. Yasu.
When we asked him who had attacked him, his answer was quite clear, was it not?
Oh, it was very clear.
He said, and I quote, Yasuhiro. In other words, Yasuhiro Hagakure!
I don't think so.
Right! But my name isn't really Yasuhiro! It's actually Taro!
Your confusing statements don't make any sense. You're only making things more complicated.
Good point, Sakura.
He did say Yasuhiro, but are we sure he was really pointing the finger at Hiro?
Oh, I'm sure he wasn't.
What the hell are you talking about? I'll burn you alive!
Kyoko, what do you mean by that?
Think back to how Hifumi used to talk to us.
Uh-huh.
How did he refer to each of us?
He said people's last names.
I got it!
He never used first
That's
names.
right! Our last names! He called us all by our last names!
He always called Makoto Mr. Nae. He never referred to anybody by their first name, so he never would have said Yasuhiro.
Exactly. I know I heard him say Mr. Naegi more than once, for example. So if Hifumi did mean to say Hiro's name, he would have said his last name, Hagakure.
I'm sure it was just incidental. By chance, his first name.
No.
Indecent?
Don't talk.
I agree, Byakuya. Shut up.
Random chance. Now isn't that a convenient explanation? No, there's no reason to think he would have said the name any different than normal. But he must have run out of energy before he could say any more.
So Hifumi was trying to tell us the last name of whoever killed him?
Yep.
But the name he said doesn't apply to anyone here.
You sure about that one, Sakura?
Well, no. Hold on. There's one person it could apply to. And that's Celeste. She never actually told us what her real name is.
Here's the big moment, everyone.
What did you just say?
So the entire time, ever since she's first been introduced, Celeste has said her name is Celestia Ludenberg, and that she's 100% pure blood Japanese. And Makoto, the whole entire time, at first, said to her, no, but what's your real name? And she's like, no, Celestia Ludenberg is my real name, but I prefer if you call me Celeste. And now he's just like, okay, now's the time to finally call her on her bullshit.
To think you'd take your false accusation so far, I don't know whether to laugh or spit! Come on! Enough with your idiotic blather! Yasuhiro is a loser's name! Do I look like a loser to you?
I don't know, you look like a bit of a loser right now.
Well, do I? What? I think I've earned the right to be a little on edge.
Okay, then fill us in. What's your real name?
Fine. Make sure your ear holes are wide open and listen up! My real name is Celestia Ludenberg. Could you please stop making me repeat myself over and over again?
So I still won't give up, so then I have to do something to make her accept it. So, Kyoko made an interesting comment.
Hifumi was trying to tell us something. He wanted us to know the killer's last name, Yasuhiro.
If there's one person here who might have that last name,
It would have to be you, Celeste. You haven't told anyone what your real
She said
name
the
is.
handbook might come in handy
How
at some
many
point.
times do I have to tell you? My name is Celestia Ludenberg. God damn it!
No, it's not.
How long do you plan to go on pretending?
I'm not pretending. It's the truth. And since you have no way to contradict me,
Oh, we totally do.
No, that's wrong.
So for anyone who forgot,
That's it. The handbook.
whenever you turn on your e-handbook, it shows your name. That's how they know whose e-handbook each one is. So considering that she'd have to be enrolled at the school under her real name, the handbook should say what her real name is, not Celestia Ludenberg. Unless Celestia Ludenberg is her real name.
what?
Anytime you turn your handbook on, it shows the owner's name when it boots up, right? Monokuma told us all about it before.
And that's why Kyoko was like, oh yeah, any handbook might become relevant. This handbook is absolutely vital to a healthy school life, so don't lose it. When you start it up, it'll display your name. Always make sure you have the right one. Now, this is not your everyday notebook, so it has so many more uses than that.
So all we have to do is check her handbook, and that'll clear up everything. That's how we can find out Celeste's real name.
That's an invasion of privacy. I refuse to cooperate.
Celeste, Can you please just tell us what really happened? Please, just tell us.
Even when I'm put in check, it's just my nature not to give up. Because until the game's over, you never know what might happen.
Fine then. Let me settle it.
Yay!
Let me go over the case again, from the beginning, and shed light on all your crimes. And that'll bring everything to an end.
Time for the closing argument. My favorite. So yeah, so here's Hifumi and the culprit talking. How they recruit their accomplices. Seduction. Nope. What's it gonna be? I can't remember. Yeah, we'll come back to that one. What time did the killers fellow victim to the rec room? That was at 6. Oh, the rec room? No, that was at 1. 1 a.m. And they drugged Hiro. So... Hiro, and then drugged him. And they jammed him in the costume. And then took the photo. Took the photo of him dragging him away. And then Taco was supposed to go to the equipment room at 6. So that'll be his wristwatch. Then he got smacked with Justice Hammer 4 and killed. Justice Hammer 4. And they showed the photo to Makoto. Who used to fake resistance of a shadowy criminal. That would be Justice Hammer 2. Love that the crystal ball's still here from the very first trial for some reason. And then in the nurse's office, he put the blood on himself. And then that was Justice Hammer 3. So they were both dead. And he put the body on the dolly. So that would be this one. I've been pushing the body on the dolly and wrapped up in the top. And then Killer used the hammer, covering blood, which means we go all the way back to the start. What the? The hammer's already got blood on it. Okay. Make sure I didn't put the wrong hammer down there. So it's not that one. Back up on. Look from the other case. It has to be like snacks and stuff on the table, I guess.
The killer is
Let's try
you. Before anything, the killer persuaded someone to help carry out the murder, and that person was.
No, it's the wrong one. Yep. So yeah, in this case, how did the killer recruit their accomplice? Was it seduction? So it's supposed to be who's the accomplice,
Here's
not
exactly
what they used
what
to recruit them.
happened.
I got it wrong.
Before anything, the killer persuaded someone to help carry out the murder, and that person was. Hifumi. With an accomplice, the killer was able to execute a number of otherwise impossible schemes. First, they convinced someone to meet them in the rec room last night at 1 in the morning.
Hifumi. Hiro.
That someone they met with was Hiro. The murderous duo intended to pass Hiro off as the prime suspect. So when they met up with him, they drugged him, knocked him out, and stuffed him into the Robo Justice suit.
Yep, then posed him for photos.
Next, Hifumi positioned himself to make it look like Robo Justice was attacking him, while the killer used a digital camera to take pictures of the assault.
Yep.
They did all this just to create evidence that would put the suspicion on Hiro. When they were done with him, they shoved him, still unconscious, into the pool room locker.
Yep.
And then finally, at 6 a.m., they moved into the murder phase of their plan. They called Taka to the equipment room. And that's where Hifumi killed him, making it the scene of the first murder. The murder weapon was Justice Hammer 4, which was left there in the equipment room.
Yep.
The reason Hammer number 4 was used was to create confusion about the order of the crimes.
Pretty clever.
So, next they falsified 2 more assault incidents. For these attacks, the killers pretended to be the victims, to solidify Robo Justice as the suspect. The first fake incident was the attack in the rec room. There, the killers wanted us to see Justice Hammer 1, and the Robo Justice pictures they'd taken. They wanted to make sure we bought the surprise attack story.
Yep.
The second fake incident was the attack in the library. This time, they planted Justice Hammer 2 and an injured Hifumi to sell us that story.
Correct.
With these 2 incidents, the killers were able to create a certain preconception in our minds that the suspect was increasing the size of the hammers and attacking people in order as they did. We fell right into their trap and started looking for the suspect based on that. But while we did that, we left Hifumi alone in the nurse's office.
Yeah.
This was exactly what Hifumi was hoping for. He took a blood packet from the refrigerator and Justice Hammer 3 and turned the room into a crime scene in which he himself had apparently been brutally murdered.
For anyone else that hasn't noticed it yet, I love that the hammers actually say Hummer, so that says Justice Hummer 3 on it. Kind of a spectacular English moment.
He let out a scream to draw us back, and when we returned, that's what we found. Meanwhile, the other group that had been out searching found Taka's body at the same time. So when we heard the body discovery announcement, we naturally assumed it was for Hifumi. We left the nurse's office, and Hifumi once again took advantage of the situation. He simply got up and made his escape. When we learned his body had disappeared, we all rushed back to the nurse's office. And once again, Hifumi had the chance he was waiting for. This time, he snuck into the equipment room.
Yep.
He wrapped Taka's body in a tarp and used the dolly to move it all the way down to the repository. That explains how each of the bodies disappeared. But even Hifumi didn't know what the true killer had in mind for their final act. Their plan all along was to kill Hifumi and get rid of the one person who could betray them. And they did it using an ordinary, everyday hammer from the repository. That should cover everything that happened in this case. And the villain behind it all is...
The person we know is Celeste.
Celeste! Sorry, you lose.
Very shoujo manga, that last bit there, ain't it? you lost.
I lost?
Yep.
When was the last time I was forced to utter such words?
I don't know, you're the ultimate gambler, you tell me.
They hang heavy around my neck.
Then you admit it? You're the killer?
Listen to you, trying to take charge, as if you're my private instructor. I, Celestia Ludenberg. Actually, no.
Here it is, you ready?
Taeko Yasuhiro is fine.
That's her real name.
Taeko?
And so now the real question is, how did Hifumi know that?
So, you finally accepted it.
I'm the kind of person, once I've lost, I don't like things to drag on.
Interesting.
Yeah. I was only a B for all those ones I missed. Alright, I'll take it. 1255, not too bad. 135 medals.
Okay, Monokuma. I'm ready to begin.
Hifumi saw her handbook, Lamau. I actually know how he knows it. I don't want to spoil it. it's very interesting. When it comes up, I'll explain how. Because I'll remember. Because it's one of those moments when the actual answer gets revealed a bit later on. You'll be like, oh, that's weird. That all makes sense now.
Or, no. I suppose this is the end, isn't it?
Oh, it's the end for you. You have to vote first, though. Monaco's still going to make us vote.
It is indeed the moment we've all been waiting for. Time to vote. Okay? Okay. If you would, please locate your lever and cast your vote. And when the votes are tallied, who will become the blackened? Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one? What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be?
Yeah, how Hifumi knows is one of those little mysteries that you wanna tuck that one away for now. Along with some of the other ones, like, hey, someone mentioned a 16th student, and Monokuma said denied. You're not allowed to know anything about that. So is there one?
What?
It's basically formality at this point, but once again, you're totally correct. Like in this time, the true killer who devised the whole stinking scheme was Celestia Ludenberg, or more precisely, Taeko Yasuhiro.
Honestly.
I lost. Well, that sucks. He's trying to work with someone else's mistake after all. Hifumi's ineptitude was beyond all my calculations.
I knew it.
So you really did approach Hifumi with this plan. How did you get him to agree? Can't imagine he would have happily agreed to commit murder. I'm sure she relied on her specialty, lying. My specialty? Don't make me laugh. You didn't have to lie to get him to agree.
So then
did you use, you know... I knew you'd figure it out, Kyoko. You're absolutely right. Get Hifumi to act as my accomplice.
Indeed.
I used her. Reno is to left. I'll avoid mentioning it by name, but it was the one thing Hifumi and Taka were both super into. She talking about alter ego? Oh, she's talking about alter ego, Ricardo.
Say what?
What? What are you talking about?
Just a second.
Don't interrupt. In the middle of a very important conversation here. I'm totally out of the loop as usual. How sad. You gonna hydrate Pram?
In other words...
And you're the one that stole it?
Indeed.
That's right.
I see.
And you used it to drag Hifumi into the plan you'd come up with. Right again. Mind helping you? Depends with what? Last night after we'd had our meeting about how it had disappeared, I paid Hifumi a little visit. What are you doing here?
Actually...
I was hoping I could talk to you. Alone. It is about what was stolen. I know who did it.
What?
What?
Are you okay with this?
It was Taka. He stole it. Okay. Why?
So then,
And I have proof. Would you like to see it? As it turned out, I'd found a use for the digital camera. I'd taken, you know what, to Taka's room earlier and took pictures of it there. I deleted the picture as soon as I'd shown it to Hifumi, of course. Oh, okay. I don't know why me saying it would have anything to do with making him do it, though.
Damnation!
So it was him. But how did he do it? He was supposed to yell if either of us got close to her. You are correct. Just like Taka forced me to steal it.
Say what?
as for me...
Please forgive me. He threatened me.
Oh,
You did?
As for me...
Came to my room last night unannounced, and then it's hard for me to even say. He abused me.
What?
And he took pictures. Said if I did not do as he asked, he would show them to everyone. So I had no choice.
Damnation!
That's a crime. An absolute crime. I mean, you got a little crazy, but...
Say what?
I never imagined he would go that far. It was amazing how completely he bought it. I can't express how enjoyable that was. I'm about to say something I've never said before in my life. I'm going to kill him. I'm going to fucking kill him.
Most unfortunate.
Wait, please. If you go now, it'll be playing right into his hands. Huh?
Actually...
Taka is planning to use her to escape. He has made you his target.
What?
Escape? You don't mean... Taka is going to try and kill you. Ooh, HJ's got something big in the works. What?
Indeed.
And also he can keep her to himself. Yeah,
This
bastard.
is unforgivable! Completely unforgivable!
I don't think I need to read that part out. I think you get the gist. Oh god. Thank you for the hydrate, Prem. I mean, are you even a real streamer if you don't have a hydrate redeem? Am I right? We're like houseplants, need watering.
Honestly.
Does that work for you? Can we allow him to continue with these barbaric acts? Absolutely not. How could I? She...
I swear I will save her!
Oh, hit for me.
Actually...
Then would you like to join with me? It just so happens I have come up with a plan. Huh? I have devised a way to reclaim what he has stolen and escape this dreadful school. Evil. With that, it is complete. Huh? What are you talking about? Oh, nothing. We agreed without a second thought. The fact that Adam had on him was remarkable. Power of love. Even love as twisted as that can still drive people mad, it would seem. You disgust me.
I see.
I have another question for you. Was that strange costume Hifumi's creation?
Indeed.
Yeah, it was a real pain in the butt too. All I asked him to do was make something to hide the face and general body size. I had no idea he'd make something like that. It's my fault for picking him in the first place.
But...
why'd you decide to make me the suspect? Because you're stupid.
Huh?
That's it?
Let's see...
And in that regard, I made the right choice. I'm so glad your stupidity surpassed my every expectation. Life must have been tough on your parents, though. I feel like I could cry.
Well,
But when you were explaining the part about your plan to Hifumi, How did you explain the part about him playing dead? What she's asking is, what was Hifumi supposed to do after that, assuming you would actually let him live?
Are you okay with this?
It's simple. After he did his part and pretended to be dead, when someone showed up, I told him to say he'd been seriously wounded, he was on the verge of death, but he just barely held on. He really believed that? Well, of course. Wasn't all there was to it. As I explained to Hifumi, the plan was, while you were all questioning him about what had happened to him, I was going to murder someone else. At that point, Hifumi would have an alibi, so no one could doubt him. I told him that, and he believed it. This all seems very straightforward. Stereotypical. I just matched the lie to the level of the opponent. In fact, Hifumi ate it up. He believed the lie wholeheartedly, right up until the moment of his death.
So in the end...
So you had planned to kill him all along. But of course. There would have been no point to my plan if the one who pretended to be dead did not end up dead himself.
What the heck?
How could a human life mean so little to you?
Well,
That's a non-issue. I simply did everything in my power to win.
Don't be mean!
Now you sound like Byakuya.
I wonder about that.
No, he derives his pleasure from the thrill of the hunt. In that aspect, we are nothing alike.
Why?
But what made you take things this far?
What the heck?
Was it really just for money? Are you talking about the $10 million Monokuma offered us? That is a lot of money, it's true. That's not all there is to it. From the moment our new life began, my only thought has been escape.
But
all along you've been saying how we have to accept living here.
You little bitch!
Obviously that was a lie.
Hey!
I couldn't take it. I hated it from day one. More than anyone else in here.
You little bitch!
I wanted to get out. Every day was fresh torture. You want to know why, huh?
This is fine.
Because I had a dream. And accepting a life here would have meant nothing less than giving up on my dream forever.
Honestly.
And there was no way I could ever do that. In the underground world of gambling, I risked my life to make a metaphorical killing.
As for me,
And it was all for that dream. What was this dream of yours?
isn't it wonderful?
To live in a European castle. Castle? And to gather handsome men from all over the world to serve as my butlers/bodyguards. I was going to make them dress up like vampires and satisfy my every need. Once I obtained that, I would have created a perfectly aesthetic world of decadence.
This is fine.
Living the rest of my life there was my only dream, my only goal. And that's what life is all about. With my own winnings, Monokuma's $10 million would have made that dream a reality. We went right to the edge, but
There is nothing to be done.
unfortunately, my dream has been scattered to the wind. Still, I don't have any regrets. I pursued my dream to the very end, so why would I?
Just the worst.
Sounds so passionate, but you were really able to kill your own friends for it?
Oh,
Are you asking me to feel guilty? That's a pointless endeavor. I think nothing of sacrificing others for my own ends. I feel nothing.
do you understand?
That's all there is to me. That's what makes me complete. Isn't it terrifying how our different values are? There's simply no room for misunderstanding.
What is this?
That's what we should be saying. And plus, how can you be so calm? Don't you realize you're about to die? Why aren't you scared? My ability to lie is unrivaled, and I take pride in that. Such as to other people, I can even fool my own emotions. The conscious deceives the unconscious. And that's why you're not scared?
Yes, indeed.
That's right. I don't fear death. Kill me however you like. But you know, I could be reincarnated. If I had a choice then,
Isn't it wonderful?
I think I'd like to come back as Marie Antoinette.
hey,
You just get executed again. Celeste smiled then. When she did, it looked to me like a poor effort to force it. She claimed she could fool her own feelings. That statement itself must have been her final lie. And that weak, fake smile, is what betrayed her.
Thrills, chills, kills!
You all done? Okay then, let's get rolling. The price, the blackened the piece. I must pay the price.
Now then, I've prepared a very special punishment. Let's give it everything we've got. It's punishment time!
I guess I'll let Kyoko hold on to this.
What?
This is...
Will it really give you the hope you're looking for? I can't say I ever saw it that way. Which is why... Actually, it's not important. Well then, take care, everyone. Perhaps we'll meet again, in another life.
Ironic execution time, everyone. Hey, look, it's a castle. The burning of the Versailles Witch. This one's fucking brutal. Not that all of them haven't been. This one, to me, is especially fucking brutal. Yeah. Burn at the stake. Burnt alive. Oh, hey, the fire brigade's here. Yeah. It's over. Third execution is over. Celeste's death is over. Celeste killed my friend, so I can't pity her, but I also can't deny that at one point I considered her a friend too. And for him to just come along and... Isn't it just awful? Someone couldn't cut free of their regrets from the outside world, and so more people had to die.
Extreme!
You guys are still young. You need to place more value on your lives.
What are you gonna do?
Jeez, and in here I thought you guys were gonna pass the torch of hope to the next generation.
Let me out of here!
What do I care about hope? I'll throw it in the trash if you just let me out of here.
Too bad.
You're only embodiment of hope, whether you like it or not. Think of the bonk panda? I didn't like. Hang on. Oh, it broke. Hang on. There we go. I fixed it. And it's my destiny to knock you down one by one. It's sad. Yes, it is. But that reality just can't be avoided. Don't talk like you're not responsible. How are you gonna make us keep going through this? What do you want from us?
How strange.
God, I'm so sick of people asking me that. Give it a rest already. So anyway, Kyoko, did I see you get some kind of key type object from Celeste?
Hey, hey!
So, what's the deal with that?
What?
Huh? What's the matter?
So then,
I'll answer your question if you answer mine.
you...
What did you do? What did you do to me?
Ooh.
What?
Hey,
Answer me. What did you do to my body?
Ooh.
Wow, oh man, oh jeez. Oh man, oh jeez. What do you mean? What did I do? I have no idea. I don't know anything about it. What was that just now? Oswald did something to Kyoko's body? What does that mean?
Hello.
Okay, things are getting kind of awkward. I think it's about time I got out of here.
Well?
Meanwhile, you guys go and enjoy your school life. If you get lonely, give me a shout. Not that I'll do anything about it, of course.
See ya later!
Monokuma disappeared, leaving us all depressed and in despair. Although it wasn't all despair. There was one small hope. Hey Kyoko, Monokuma, you mentioned it, but what's that key that Celeste gave you?
So...
Most likely. The key to one of the dressing room lockers.
Huh?
What? Then that means... Celeste probably hid it in there. Despair? Exactly, Toph. Will you give me despair? Are you doing a Sephiroth impression?
Hey,
I suppose sometimes it's easiest to miss what's right beneath your nose. Well then, we'd better go check.
Indeed.
Good idea. We left the courtroom and rushed to the dressing room. As we approached the dressing room, Kyoko looked back at us and said,
Hey.
I'm going to go alone from here. Everyone else head to the dining hall. I'll check in with you later.
What?
Why, exactly, are you going alone?
So...
You even have to ask. As she spoke, she glanced quickly at the surveillance camera.
Come on.
That's not what I mean. Why you? There's still the risk of a spy, you know. Then I'll go too.
What?
You. Please let me go. Standing here arguing is going to draw more attention to us.
Goodbye.
Do whatever you want. Thank you, Byakuya.
well then.
Then it's up to you now.
Yo!
I'm gonna go dining hall, okay? Huh? So Makoto and Kyoko are gonna go together? Does that mean what I think it means?
Okay.
Good luck, Makoto. Girls like her are total pushovers when you show a little backbone. Everyone misreading the situation. Also, hi, Chefin? Am I reading that correctly? Is that is double F. Glad to hear what Hina said. Everyone headed to the dining hall, leaving me and Kyoko there alone.
Shall we go?
Well, shall we? Yeah.
So then...
We need to get into that locker. Kyoko took the key Celeste had given her and unlocked the locker. As the locker swung open, we saw...
You really came.
Good morning. It's been a while, hasn't it? It's safe. Thank goodness. Never heard Kyoko sound so relieved. It was like she was speaking from the bottom of her heart. I just did what Celeste asked. I didn't say a word. I stayed quiet the entire time.
So,
Oh, and I think I might be able to open the last set of files soon. Maybe as early as tomorrow? I'll do my best, so please just wait a while longer. Now we can officially say the case is closed. As far as this incident is concerned, sure, but... Can we take a second? Since you have this opportunity, I want you to be honest with me. Kyoko, please tell me. Were you trying to do all on your own here at the school?
You...
Is that why you wanted to come here with me?
However...
Regardless, that's not something you need to know right now. I don't need to know? It just makes me even more worried.
What?
Worried? Like what happened during the investigation this time? You disappeared and we didn't see you again. That warning, that explanation. When you do that...
Indeed.
You only naturally think I'm the mastermind spy, right? And you too. No! I believe in you.
What?
You believe in me? Isn't it obvious? People believe in their friends, right? That's why I want you to tell me. And I want you to believe in me too. Because we're friends. I understand.
It's true.
Then maybe I can believe in you. Just a little bit more. Then
That's fine.
fine, I'll tell you. I'll tell you why I've been disappearing and where I've been going. You see, what I heard from Kyoko then was, well, frankly, it kind of blew my mind. But after I told Kyoko I believe in her, she told me a story that was, well, almost unbelievable. I decided to confirm what she told me with my own 2 eyes, so I waited for nighttime to come. When it did, I went into action.
Correct.
Boys' bathroom on the 2nd floor doesn't have a surveillance camera or monitor in it. And in the storage closet there, way in the back. Said it was way in the back of the boys' bathroom storage closet, but could Kyoko really be right about this? No, HJ. It's a normal storage closet as far as I can tell. Secret Kyoko told me about. Could it really be hidden here? Said it was way in the back of the storage closet. I mean, seriously? Without thinking, I placed my hand on the back of the storage closet. And suddenly, as if I was being yanked in. Gashunk. The same time I heard that sound, I fell through the wall. I had no idea what was going on. I had fallen through the back of the storage closet. Huh? Turned out, the back wall was like a revolving door and I'd made my way to the other side. It's like Kyoko had said.
Correct.
In the boys' bathroom on the 2nd floor, there's a storage closet. And way in the back of that closet, there's a secret room. So this is the secret room. What's in here? There's a bunch of files and what look like volume after volume of yearbooks. They're all covered in dust. Looking at everything, one file at the edge of the bookshelf caught my eye. Rose Peak Academy Student Registry? This is the only thing here not covered in dust. Someone been looking at it recently? Slipped the file into my hands. Before I had a chance to take a look at it, a slip of paper fell out of the file and I turned my attention to it. What's this? You must not leave. That's kind of weird. I understand if it said, like, I can't leave, but you must not leave? What is this? My head feels funny. This strange sensation. It's like deja vu. Those words, you must not leave. I've seen them somewhere before, but can't quite remember. What do I know? What don't I know? I... Strange sound rang out through my head. It felt like I was shaking my brain back and forth. And then... darkness. I don't understand what's happening. I don't know what started it. It's all over. And with that, I opened my eyes. I didn't know how long it had been. Ow. Apparently something hit me and I had lost consciousness. Until I understood. Dull throbbing pain in my head proved that much at least. Empty bookshelf. Oh, empty? Gone. It's all gone. Yearbooks, student registry, and even the note that had fallen on the floor. It's all gone? What does this mean? But my brain refused to do any more work. The insistent pain in my head began to spread across the rest of my body. But now, I should get back to my room. Get some rest. My body was heavy with pain, my mind heavy with thought. I dragged myself back toward my room. Somehow I made it back to the first floor of the school. The farther I worked, the more I felt. Things are getting blurry. Can't see. in front of me. I couldn't stop myself from collapsing right there. And after that... As if from a vast distance I heard a sound. It was faint, but undeniable. That sound. It's coming from... the gym? As I desperately held my shaky frame toward the gym, the sound got stronger and stronger. What's going on? Can't be nothing. Here, in the gym? Alright, do you see something wild? I didn't make a sound as I opened the door to the gym. The sounds coming from inside, meanwhile, only intensified that much more. Before me, there raged a battle beyond anything humanly possible. No, one side's not human, that's for sure, but regardless, I couldn't stop staring. I forgot to move, or even breathe.
Why, you? What do you think you're doing? I asked you a question. What's the meaning of this? How dare you defy me? This wasn't part of the deal!
The deal?
I've made a decision. I will no longer retreat, no longer compromise, no longer regret. I've made my decision. I'm going to resist you.
Okay. But you do realize what will happen if you go through with this, right? You haven't forgotten, have you? What I'm holding hostage?
What am I looking at? What am I hearing? A hostage? Then, could it be? The mastermind spy is... down to 7. Over half the cast is dead. To be continued is right. Yes, our president's super robo justice. We're going to save there. At the end of chapter 3. And we're going to say goodbye to YouTube as we end this one. It's gonna be the longest one yet. I keep trying to make these shorter for the VODs that go up on YouTube. And I'm always like, it's good stopping points naturally in different chapters and stuff like that. So we're gonna end there. So let me just say before we go and raid someone, bye YouTube, have fun on the VOD. Hope you're having fun watching the series. If you're not able to catch them live, it means a lot to me to know that you're watching them. So enjoy this part. It's really good. I hope you enjoyed it actually at this point. And you know, I'm on YouTube, bye VOD. I appreciate you guys doing that. Yeah, the next chapter is wild. We're really getting into some big conspiracies and big reveals coming up very soon, obviously. So stick around, you're not gonna regret it. And then we're getting actually not that far off the end of Danganronpa 1. Yeah, we're a bit over halfway. No, I think we're halfway through now. So yeah, and then we'll get to go on to DGR2, which is probably my favorite game in the series. So yeah. Anyway, bye YouTube.